Every mind that looks calm on the outside carries storms no one else can see. The people who seem the strongest during the day often fight the heaviest battles when the night comes, when the world finally gets quiet, when the phone stops buzzing, when the expectations fade. That's when the real thoughts show up, the ones you've pressed down, postponed, pushed aside, the fears that whisper, the regrets that pull, the pressure that sits on your chest like a stone. Not because you're broken, but because you've never been shown how to release what the day leaves behind. Most of us were taught to keep moving, to tough it out, to stay busy so we don't have to feel, to push our minds like machines and then wonder why they shut down. But deep inside you, there's another voice, a calmer one, a wiser one, a part of you that knows you don't need more noise. You need space, stillness, a quiet reset, not running away from life, but returning to yourself. The Stoics understood something people today often forget, that a peaceful mind is not an accident. It's a practice, a choice, a way of seeing the world without letting it swallow you whole. They believe that when you stop wrestling with your thoughts, they lose their power, that the mind becomes clear when you allow it to settle, and that even a few hours of true inner quiet can reshape the path you walk tomorrow. Tonight, that is what this journey is for. 4 hours of ancient wisdom carried into the silence of your sleep. 4 hours to let your mind loosen its grip on everything it's been holding. 4 hours to rebuild your inner world from a place of strength instead of fear. This is your reset, your recalibration, your return to yourself. Let the world fall away now. You're safe. You're here. And everything you need is already inside you. The night opens a doorway the day never gives you. A quiet shift where the mind stops running and starts revealing. Something inside you loosens, something softer rises, and in that gentle space between awareness and sleep, you can feel the first signs of a deeper turning, like the beginning of a long breath finally releasing after being held for too long. This is where the reset begins, where you learn that rest isn't only for the body, but for the part of you that has been carrying everything in silence. As the last pieces of the day fall away, you step into a place the Stoics once spoke of with deep respect. A hidden space inside every person. Not made of stone or strength in the physical sense, but built from clarity, calm, and an inner power that the world can't touch. They called it the inner citadel. It isn't a hiding place. It isn't where you escape life. It's the center of your mind that stays steady when everything else shifts. The core of you that remains whole no matter how loud the outside world becomes. Most people pass through life never realizing this inner fortress exists. But tonight, as your body drifts further into sleep, your mind finally has the silence it needs to reach it. Sleep doesn't weaken your mind. It frees it. When the muscles settle and the breath becomes gentle, the mind is released from the pressure of reacting, proving, performing. It turns inward, not out of fear, but out of wisdom. It steps into a quiet space where your thoughts soften, your worries shrink, and your inner voice becomes clear instead of scattered. As this deeper state takes hold, the mind begins sorting through the impressions of the day, not by forcing answers, but by letting the unnecessary fall away. The Stoics believed that during sleep, the mind naturally drops the noise it clings to when awake. Doubts that felt permanent begin to lose weight. Memories that once felt sharp start to smooth out. Stress that looped endlessly when the sun was up slowly untangles itself. Because inside the inner citadel, nothing false can stay. Only what is true remains. As the body enters slow wave sleep, the mind reaches its most protected phase. This is the point where the inner citadel becomes fully accessible, when the constant chatter of thought finally quiets. This is the moment when the mind repairs emotional wounds, restores balance, and reorders everything thrown out of place by the day, not through force, but through a natural kind of inner stillness. The Stoics understood that clarity grows in silence. They practiced this inner retreat during daylight hours through reflection, discipline, and self-awareness. That way, when night came, the mind didn't fall apart from exhaustion. Instead, it settled into itself with ease. But now, many people push through the day without pause, hoping sleep alone will undo everything. They fall into bed drained, but the mind remains crowded, full of unfinished thoughts, tight emotions, and worries waiting in the dark. When you learn to enter your inner citadel, even unconsciously, your nights shift. You stop dragging the weight of the day into your dreams. The mind releases what it never needed to hold, and the night becomes something more than rest. It becomes restoration, a rebuilding of the inner world from a place of strength instead of fear. Inside this inner fortress, your emotional system resets. Thoughts that once spiraled now fall into order. Stress signals calm. The nervous system settles into balance. The mind begins working with you instead of against you, and the part of you that felt fractured during the day slowly returns to wholeness. You don't have to demand entry into this citadel. You don't have to struggle your way in. The door opens the moment you loosen your grip on the day. The moment you give yourself permission to let go, not because you're giving up, but because you finally trust that you don't have to carry everything at once. Tonight, as sleep deepens, let your mind return to this quiet center. Let it drift away from the noise of the world and settle into the part of you that has always been steady, even when you didn't feel steady. The part that has always been strong, even when you felt worn down. The part that has always held peace, even when your outer life felt chaotic. This is your inner citadel, silent, stable, untouched by the storms of the world. And as your body rests, your mind rebuilds itself within these walls, slowly, gently, completely. You have already gone deep into that quiet strength within you, where the mind rests and rebuilds itself. But there is a doorway you pass through before you reach that depth, a thin, delicate border where your thoughts loosen their structure, where the day begins to dissolve, but sleep has not fully taken over. Most people drift through that doorway without ever noticing it. Yet this brief passage holds one of the most powerful keys to resetting the mind. There is a short span of time each night that feels almost like a dream while you are still awake. Your body is heavy, your eyes want to close, thoughts move more slowly, and strange little flashes of images or memories rise up out of nowhere. This is not full sleep and not normal waking. It is a transition the mind uses to cross from one state to another. The Stoics would have loved this moment, because it is here that you can quietly shape what sinks into your deeper mind. This early stage of drifting off is often called the hypnagogic state. In simple terms, your brain is changing gears. Fast, sharp thinking begins to slow down. Logical focus eases. The part of your mind that filters, judges, and argues starts to soften. Barriers between your conscious thoughts and your deeper patterns become thinner. That is why fragments of memories, random scenes, or brief inner voices appear and fade so quickly. Your mind is loosening its grip on the usual story of your day. This loosened state is not just a curiosity, it is highly suggestible. The beliefs, attitudes, and stories you hold close in this phase tend to sink in more deeply. They bypass some of the resistance that usually pushes back during the day. When you are fully awake, if you tell yourself, "I can respond with calm," another thought might interrupt. No, you always panic. But in this twilight phase, the inner critic is weaker. A clear, simple statement has a better chance of landing in the soil of your subconscious. This is where Stoic practice becomes especially powerful. The Stoics taught that the way you see events shapes your whole life, not the event itself, but the story your mind attaches to it. They trained themselves to choose wiser interpretations, to see difficulty as training, loss as part of nature, criticism as information rather than a wound. The moment between awake and asleep is a perfect space for feeding these perspectives to the deeper layers of your mind. You can start by choosing one Stoic idea you want to live by more fully. Something short, steady, and kind to your future self. For example, "I control how I respond," or "What is outside my control cannot own my peace." As you feel sleep beginning to pull you, let your attention rest on this one sentence. Not with tension, not with effort, but like holding a small stone in your hand. Repeat it softly in your mind, at a pace that matches your slowing breath. The key here is not to argue with the sentence. Do not debate whether it is true or false based on your past. In this state, you are not trying to win an inner argument. You are letting the words sink in like a gentle echo. Your body is already relaxing. Let the phrase relax with it. Your nervous system begins to associate this principle with safety, with release, with the act of letting go into rest. Over time, your mind starts to nudge you toward this same line of thinking when you are awake and stressed. Another way to use this passage is to revisit one situation from the day, but through a different lens than usual. Choose a moment that stirred tension in you, a conflict, a mistake, an awkward interaction. As you drift at the edge of sleep, bring that scene to mind, but do not relive it with anger or embarrassment. Look at it the way a calm teacher would. Ask yourself simple Stoic questions like, "What part of this was up to me?" and "What can I learn from this instead of carrying it as a wound?" Do not dig deep into details. This is not a full analysis, and it is not the time to blame yourself or others. You are just adjusting the angle. You are teaching your mind, right at the doorway to sleep, to treat events as lessons instead of permanent injuries. When done gently, the emotional charge around that memory begins to soften in the days ahead. The mind stores it with a slightly different meaning, less threat, more growth. You can also use this transition to calm your emotional reflexes. If you often react with anger, fear, or shame, this is a moment to plant kinder responses. As you drift, hold a phrase like, "I give myself permission to pause before reacting," or "I can feel strong feelings without letting them rule me." When your body is relaxed and your thoughts are slow, these simple truths feel less forced. They blend with the physical sense of softness, and that pairing is what rewires responses over time. It is important to protect this state from noise that weakens you. Many people fill this window with screens, arguments, or anxious planning. They fall asleep with harsh words, stressful videos, or self-criticism as their last mental input. The mind takes these in as if they are instructions. If you fall asleep in a storm of fear, your subconscious spends the night reinforcing those links. The Stoic approach is different. Treat this phase with respect. Keep it clean. Keep it gentle. So as you reach this edge each night, you are not just drifting off. You are training your deeper mind. You are quietly teaching it what matters, what to release, and how to see the world with more steadiness. You do not need dramatic rituals. A few minutes of steady attention are enough. A single sentence repeated with sincerity is enough. A small shift in how you frame one memory from the day is enough. Over weeks and months, this nightly practice changes your baseline. You start noticing that you react with a bit more calm in tense moments, that harsh thoughts lose some of their bite, that you bounce back more quickly when something goes wrong. You do not feel brainwashed. You feel more like yourself, less controlled by old habits, more guided by chosen principles. This is hypnagogic Stoicism, not a mystical trick, but a conscious use of a natural state. A way of turning the quiet doorway between waking and sleep into a workshop for the soul. A place where your next day begins long before the sun rises, in the soft, subtle shaping of the beliefs you allow to sink in as you let go. The mind doesn't stop working when you fall asleep. It simply shifts roles. While the conscious part of you rests, another part steps forward, quieter, deeper, and far more honest. This inner process does not need your effort. It does not need your attention. It continues its work long after your thoughts have faded into silence. And this is where one of the most powerful Stoic transformations begins. As you move into REM sleep, the mind enters a state that is both delicate and intensely active. The waking world no longer pulls at your attention. You are no longer reacting to noise, decisions, pressures, or emotions. Barriers between memories soften, old patterns loosen, and the mind starts reorganizing itself. Not in random chaos, but in a natural search for meaning, coherence, and relief. The Stoics believed that true strength comes from shaping how you interpret events, not the events themselves. And during REM, the mind is more open to this kind of reshaping than at any other time. In waking life, thoughts are stubborn. They argue. They resist. When something upsets you, it attaches itself to your mind like a tight knot. The more you think about it, the tighter the knot becomes. During the day, your emotions fuse with your thoughts, creating heavy stories that feel absolute. But in REM sleep, the emotional pressure lightens. The knot softens. Your brain begins to revisit memories and thoughts, but with the intensity turned down, as if the sharp edges have been filed away. This creates the perfect conditions for reframing, the process of giving old experiences new meaning. The Stoics practiced reframing consciously. They taught themselves to question the first interpretation of any event. Is this truly harmful, or does it only feel that way? Is this a disaster, or is this a challenge I can learn from? Is this person's words about me, or about their own state of mind? These weren't empty questions. They were mental tools that allowed them to separate emotion from reality. But what you consciously practice in the day becomes the material your mind automatically works with at night. During REM, the mind pulls out memories from your day, conversations, reactions, small frustrations, worries, moments of tension. But here, with the emotional volume turned down, the mind begins to test new interpretations. It sorts through these experiences without the heat of judgment. It asks simpler, cleaner questions beneath the surface. Was this really as threatening as it felt? Is this something I can let go? What can I understand now that I couldn't see in the moment? This is cognitive reframing happening without your conscious voice leading it. If you've practiced even a little Stoic awareness during the day, recognizing what is in your control and what is not, letting go of imagined catastrophes, questioning automatic negativity. Your sleeping mind begins to borrow those same principles. It starts applying them to memories that once triggered anxiety, irritation, or fear. The brain reorganizes the emotional weight attached to these memories, storing them with less threat and more neutrality. This is why the morning sometimes feels clearer, lighter, even when nothing in your life has changed. Your mind has been doing the work for you. REM sleep allows the brain to form new connections and dissolve old ones. It is the closest thing the mind has to an internal editor, cutting out unnecessary tension, loosening harmful beliefs, and updating old narratives. If your waking thoughts are filled with Stoic ideas, such as accepting what you cannot control, questioning emotional impulses, or viewing setbacks as training, these concepts become the templates your brain uses to reorganize your mental landscape at night. This isn't forced positivity. It isn't denial. It is the natural shifting of perspective that happens when the emotional charge softens enough for truth to come through. Stoicism doesn't erase the difficulty of events. It simply removes the unnecessary suffering you attach to them. REM sleep becomes the quiet workshop where this removal takes place. The mind looks back at recent experiences with fresh eyes, separating what matters from what doesn't. It stores the facts, tosses out distortions, and keeps the lessons while releasing the emotional clutter. This process also reduces the grip of automatic negative thoughts. During the day, these thoughts feel immediate and believable. I always fail. People don't respect me. This problem will ruin everything. In REM sleep, the mind revisits these core beliefs without the emotional fog that keeps them alive. It does not defend them. It does not cling to them. It simply reviews them with less fear, and because of that, some of these beliefs begin to loosen. A small opening appears, just enough for a more balanced perspective to enter. Over time, this reframing shifts your baseline mood. You wake up with more emotional distance from yesterday's problems. Stress triggers feel less powerful. Overreactions become less frequent. Self-criticism grows softer. Confidence grows not because you force it, but because your subconscious is no longer reinforcing old wounds. Nocturnal cognitive reframing works best when daytime choices give it material to build with. Even brief Stoic reflection before sleep, acknowledging what is within your control, releasing what is not, noticing your reactions without shame, acts as a quiet signal. It tells the mind what direction to lean into during REM. But most of the work happens without you. It is not a fight. It is not a strain. It is a gentle rebalancing done by a mind free from the noise of the day. Your thoughts reshape themselves while you rest. Your emotions settle while you dream. Your inner world reorganizes itself while you drift far from awareness. This is what the Stoics understood long before modern science. They knew the mind heals itself when given space, when freed from judgment, when allowed to reorder life's meanings from the inside out. And every night, in the quiet turning of REM sleep, that healing continues. The mind becomes quieter at night, but it does not forget what you carried through the day. Thoughts left unfinished, emotions left unprocessed, worries left unanswered. They linger in the background like open doors you meant to close. This is why some nights feel heavy, not because of the day itself, but because nothing inside you was resolved before sleep arrived. The Stoics understood this long before modern psychology did. They knew that the way you end your day decides how your mind resets during the night. And they developed methods, small, simple, intentional, to close the mental loop, so the mind can finally rest. These weren't long journaling rituals or dramatic routines. They were micro-reflections, brief moments of honest, gentle clarity that cleared emotional residue before sleep. Not judgment, not self-attack, just awareness that frees the mind from carrying unnecessary weight into the night. The Stoic way of ending a day begins with acknowledging the truth without harshness. When the world gets quiet and you are left with your own thoughts, the mind becomes more receptive to clarity. There is no need to replay your mistakes like a punishment. The purpose is not to criticize yourself, but to see your mind clearly, the same way you'd look at your reflection in calm water. A simple pause at the end of the day gives your thoughts a place to rest instead of scattering through the night. One of the core techniques was a brief mental inventory. The Stoics asked themselves 3 gentle questions. What did I do well? What could I have done better? And what can I release now? These questions were never meant to create guilt. They were meant to prevent mental clutter. The mind loves completion, even if the situation itself remains unfinished. By reviewing the day with softness, you close the loop on emotional reactions that would otherwise follow you into sleep. When you quietly acknowledge what you did well, you remind the mind that the day was not shaped only by mistakes or stress. This creates a balanced view which reduces overthinking and self-criticism. When you reflect on what could have gone better, you do it as an observer, not as a judge. You look at your reactions the way a kind teacher would, seeing the truth but offering improvement instead of shame. And when you decide what to release, you free your subconscious from chewing on thoughts all night long. The mind relaxes because it feels seen, understood, and finished. Another rare Stoic technique was separating the self from the emotion of the moment. They ended their day by reminding themselves, "This feeling is not me, it is something passing through me." This small distinction protects the mind from carrying emotional storms into sleep. When you treat your feelings as temporary visitors instead of permanent truths, you allow them to leave instead of settling into your dreams. The mind naturally softens when it stops identifying with every emotion it experiences. The Stoics also practiced a quiet internal distancing before bed, not detachment in a cold or numb way, but in a peaceful way. They would look at their day as if they were watching someone else live it. This distance removes the drama from moments that felt overwhelming at the time. It helps the mind store the day as information instead of threat. This makes the following day easier because you wake up with fewer emotional knots and fewer lingering fears. Another technique they valued was recognizing what was not in their control. This simple acknowledgement acts like a mental pressure valve. Many people fall asleep trying to mentally solve things they have no influence over, other people's reactions, past mistakes, or future possibilities that have not yet happened. When you tell yourself, "This is outside my control," you stop the mind from fighting battles it cannot win. That release allows sleep to come more naturally, and it reduces the stress that would have carried into the next morning. The final part of the Stoic daily closing was preparing the mind for rest by offering it a single, steadying thought, something that sets the tone for the night. It might be gratitude for one good moment in the day, or trust in your own ability to handle whatever comes tomorrow, or a simple phrase that softens tension, such as, "I have done what I can for today." This gives the subconscious something calm to hold as it drifts into the deeper phases of sleep. It acts like a gentle guide, steering the mind away from worry and toward rest. These micro-reflections are powerful because they respect how the mind actually works. The brain seeks closure. It seeks clarity. And when it doesn't get them, it replays stress throughout the night, leading to poor sleep, emotional heaviness, and waking up already tired. But when you give the mind just a few minutes of honest reflection, the day settles. The mind understands the story. It no longer feels unfinished, and sleep becomes deeper, cleaner, and more restorative. This Stoic ending is not a ritual of perfection. It's a ritual of release. It's a way of telling your mind you do not need to carry everything at once. You are allowed to rest now. And when you practice this consistently, your nights stop being a battlefield. They become a place where the mind recovers, repairs, and prepares you for a better tomorrow, not through force, but through clarity. The mind can only rest when it has room to breathe. But most people carry the entire weight of their waking hours straight into the night. Unfinished thoughts, scattered worries, small irritations, old memories, future predictions, all stacked on top of one another with no sorting, no softening, no release. This clutter follows them into sleep, shaping the quality of their dreams and the tone of the next morning. The Stoics understood this long before the word anxiety even existed. They knew that what you carry into sleep becomes the soil your mind works with through the night. And so they practiced something subtle, quiet, and deeply effective: mental minimalism at bedtime. Mental minimalism didn't mean emptiness, numbness, or escape. It meant clearing space. It meant choosing what actually deserves your attention and gently letting go of what doesn't. It meant preparing the mind the same way you'd prepare a room before hosting someone important, removing what doesn't belong so there's room for what does. The Stoics believed that the mind needs this kind of clearing not just for peace, but for accurate thinking. A cluttered mind cannot see truth clearly, and sleep cannot repair what is buried under layers of noise. The first step in this practice was recognizing how much mental activity is unnecessary. Most of the thoughts that crowd your mind at night are not real problems. They're leftovers, stray impressions from earlier in the day, emotional echoes, imagined scenarios, internal conversations that never happened, fears shaped by exhaustion rather than reality. The Stoics taught that these kinds of thoughts have no value, and allowing them to take up mental space is like inviting confusion to run your inner world. The simple act of noticing them without feeding them is already a major release. Mental minimalism also involved a gentle mental sweep, an internal clearing where you ask yourself what actually needs your attention right now. Not tomorrow, not next week, not in the ideal version of your life. Only now. Very few thoughts survive that kind of examination. Most dissolve on their own because they were never truly your responsibility in the first place. This quiet reduction calms the nervous system. When the mind stops juggling 10 imaginary futures at once, the body feels safe enough to surrender to sleep. Another part of this practice was simplifying emotional reactions. The Stoics believed that strong emotions grow more chaotic when they are resisted or analyzed excessively at night. Fatigue magnifies everything. A small worry becomes a disaster. A minor mistake becomes a lifelong failure. So instead of trying to solve emotional tension before sleep, they practiced naming it briefly and then setting it aside. This is frustration. This is sadness. This is uncertainty. Naming it removes half its power. You acknowledge the feeling without letting it expand. This keeps it from following you into dreams where the mind will exaggerate it even more. One of the most powerful Stoic techniques for mental minimalism was choosing a single thought to anchor the mind. not a mantra or affirmation in the modern sense, but a stabilizing truth. Something simple enough to hold without effort and strong enough to quiet scattered thoughts. A Stoic might end the day with a line like, "I release what is not in my control," or "The day is over, and that is enough." When the mind has one clear place to rest, it stops searching for multiple directions to wander into. This reduces nighttime rumination, which is one of the biggest causes of anxiety dreams. The Stoics also minimized mental clutter by reducing self-judgment at night. They understood that night magnifies self-criticism. So instead of reviewing the day harshly, they softened their perspective. They treated mistakes as facts, not identities. They reminded themselves that a bad moment doesn't define a life. This mental gentleness creates a softer emotional landscape for sleep. When you aren't attacking yourself internally, your dreams no longer carry the tone of conflict or threat. Mental minimalism also meant removing unnecessary comparisons and imaginary narratives. The mind loves to create stories about what someone might think of you, about what might go wrong, about what you should have done. These stories create tension that follows you into sleep. The Stoics learned to stop these stories early. They replaced them with direct observations. This happened. This is how I felt. This is what I can do tomorrow. These simple truths prevent the mind from spinning into fantasy or fear. Finally, the Stoics ended their mental minimalism ritual with acceptance. Not passive resignation, but peaceful acknowledgement. Acceptance clears more mental clutter than any other practice. When you stop fighting the events of the day, the mind stops trying to rewrite them in your dreams. Acceptance resets the emotional environment you fall asleep in, reducing anxiety dreams and creating space for sleep to become restorative again. Mental minimalism is not about creating emptiness. It's about creating clarity. It's about refusing to carry unnecessary weight into the night. It's about giving your mind the space it needs to heal, organize, and reset. When your thoughts are lighter, your dreams become calmer. When your mind enters sleep without clutter, it wakes with more strength. And when you learn to end your day this way, the night becomes not a battlefield, but a refuge, a place where the mind can finally breathe. There is a quiet turning that happens in the world every evening. The light softens, the noise lowers, the pace slows. Nature begins its gentle descent into rest long before darkness fully arrives. But the human mind often refuses to follow. It continues running at daytime speed, clinging to responsibilities, replaying conversations, rushing through to-do lists, carrying the urgency of problems meant for another hour. The Stoics noticed this. They saw that the mind needs its own version of dusk, a gradual dimming, a gentle unwinding, a slow release of pressure, so that sleep does not have to battle a restless mind. They called this process a kind of psychological dusk, not a strict ritual, not a forced practice, but a soft, intentional transition where the mind shifts from outward engagement to inward calm. Just as the world does not jump suddenly from sunlight to darkness, the mind shouldn't be expected to leap from stress to silence. It needs a fading period, a gentle slope, a slow dimming that prepares the inner world for the night's repair. Psychological dusk begins with recognizing the moment when the day is no longer in your hands. That point where doing more won't improve anything, where the body has grown tired and the mind has given enough. Many people ignore this moment. They push through it. They stay alert, long past the time their mind needed softness. But the Stoics treated this moment as sacred. It was the signal to shift from activity to reflection, from effort to release. The first part of psychological dusk is loosening attention. During the day, your focus is sharp, directed, constantly responding. But the mind cannot stay in that state without cost. As the evening begins, you gently soften your focus. You stop trying to solve everything. You let your thoughts become wider, slower, more spacious. You allow your mind to drift a little without holding on to every passing idea. This softening reduces mental tension. It tells your nervous system that the pressure is lowering. The Stoics also practiced withdrawing their energy from external demands as the day ended. This didn't mean ignoring responsibilities. It meant recognizing that not everything requires your engagement right now. They asked themselves, what can wait? Most things can. This mental boundary protects the evening hours from becoming a second shift of emotional labor. When you stop feeding every problem with attention, your mind naturally quiets. Internal pressure dissolves simply because you stop pushing. Another part of psychological dusk was stepping out of emotional intensity. The Stoics knew that strong feelings at night create strong dreams, and strong dreams create restless sleep. So they used the evening to lower emotional activation. Instead of replaying conflicts or frustrations, they shifted to calmer perspectives. They reminded themselves that most of today's emotions will look different tomorrow. They allowed themselves to release the urgency around them. Emotional dimming is just as important as mental dimming. It reduces the inner heat that keeps the mind restless at night. Physical cues also played a role in this Stoic transition. The body and mind are tightly connected. When the body slows down, breathing deepens, and movement becomes gentler, the mind follows. Even simple choices, speaking more softly, walking more slowly, lowering the volume of your environment, signal to the brain that it's time to descend. The Stoics were masters of using the body to calm the mind. They knew that evening behavior teaches the brain what to expect next. Psychological dusk also meant reducing stimulation. The Stoics valued quiet evenings because silence allows thoughts to settle rather than multiply. Today, constant stimulation, screens, conversations, information, keeps the mind in daylight mode long after sunset. To practice psychological dusk, you gradually lower stimulation instead of dropping it suddenly. A softer environment leads to a softer mind, and a softer mind enters sleep without resistance. Another element of this practice was perspective. As evening approached, Stoics zoomed out mentally. They looked at the day not through the lens of stress, but through the lens of life's larger pattern. They reminded themselves that most daily troubles are temporary, that perfection is impossible, that rest is necessary. This wider view reduces the feeling of urgency. When the mind sees the day as one small part of a much larger whole, it stops gripping every detail. Perspective is a form of dimming. Bright problems fade into manageable shapes. The final stage of psychological dusk was acceptance. As the night deepens, the Stoics accepted that the day is over, that whatever was done is done, that whatever is unfinished can wait. Acceptance lowers the mental light in the most powerful way. It signals that the mind no longer needs to fight, strive, or carry the weight of the world into sleep. Acceptance is the emotional exhale that allows the night to begin its work. Psychological dusk is not a ritual of perfection. It is a gentle shift in how you hold the world as the day closes. It respects the natural rhythm of the mind. It protects the night from becoming another battlefield. And when practiced consistently, it turns evening into a bridge, a slow, steady path that guides your mind away from tension and toward rest. When the mind learns to dim gradually instead of collapsing from exhaustion, sleep becomes deeper. Dreams become calmer. Mornings become lighter. And the night becomes not an escape from the world, but a return to inner balance. As the mind softens into evening and psychological dusk settles over your inner world, something else begins to awaken, a quiet form of inner vigilance the Stoics understood deeply. They knew that peace is not only created by silence, but also protected by awareness. Even in sleep, the mind can fall into old patterns, intrusive thoughts, and emotional echoes that disrupt rest. So they developed an internal stance, a kind of night watch, that keeps guard over the mind as it drifts into sleep. This night watch isn't about tension or resistance. It is not a battle or a forceful blocking of thoughts. It is a gentle readiness, a trained awareness that knows how to notice disturbances without letting them grow. It is the inner sentinel that stands at the entrance of your subconscious, allowing only what is harmless to pass through. The Stoics understood that if the subconscious is left unguarded, old fears, regrets, or imagined threats can slip through unnoticed and shape your dreams, your mood, and your emotional baseline for the next day. The Stoic night watch begins long before sleep fully arrives. It starts in the moments when the mind is loosening, when thoughts drift in unpredictable patterns, when the border between conscious thinking and subconscious activity becomes thin. This is where intrusive thoughts often slip in, tiny fragments of worry, sudden self-criticism, or old memories that rise with uncomfortable sharpness. Most people react to these thoughts with tension. They try to fight them, or chase them away, or fall into the trap of believing them. But the Stoic approach is different. Instead of gripping or resisting, the night watch observes. Observation is the first duty of the sentinel. A thought appears. You notice it. You don't feed it. You don't argue with it. You don't follow it down a path of fear or analysis. You simply see it for what it is, a flicker of mental activity, not a truth. Intrusive thoughts lose most of their power when they are seen without reaction. The subconscious learns over time that your peace cannot be stolen by every passing idea. This quiet noticing creates a protective layer between you and the thoughts that would otherwise take root. The Stoics taught that intrusive thoughts are not personal failures. They are natural phenomena, like a gust of wind or a passing cloud. Training your subconscious to guard your peace means teaching it to treat thoughts this way. Instead of evaluating every thought, the night watch categorizes it: helpful, neutral, or unhelpful. And anything unhelpful is allowed to pass without engagement. This is not suppression, it is clarity. Suppression pushes thoughts deeper. Clarity lets them fade on their own. Another part of the Stoic night watch is strengthening your inner posture. During the day, the mind often collapses under stress, criticism, or fear. That collapsed posture becomes a habit, and habits do not disappear at night. So the Stoics practiced holding themselves internally in a way that communicated steadiness to their subconscious. This meant reminding themselves of what they could control and what they could not. It meant releasing the illusion that every thought needs a response. It meant anchoring the mind in a calm inner confidence that says, I am safe, I am stable, thoughts cannot harm me. The subconscious listens to this posture. It registers this stance as the default. So when a disturbing thought tries to enter during sleep, the subconscious responds not with panic, but with distance. Intrusive thoughts are recognized as noise rather than threats. The night watch becomes a quiet filter, letting through only what contributes to peace or reflection, and letting the rest dissolve at the edge of awareness. The Stoics also trained their night watch by shaping the emotional tone they carried into sleep. If you end the day angry, stressed, or overwhelmed, the subconscious treats these emotions as unresolved tasks. It will bring them into your dreams, trying to solve them with imagery and emotional reenactment. This is how anxiety dreams are born. But if you enter sleep with acceptance, clarity, or a softened state of mind, your subconscious receives different instructions. It understands that the emotional work of the day has been completed or at least acknowledged. This gives the sentinel a stable environment to guard. It does not have to fight chaos. It only needs to maintain calm. Another element of the Stoic night watch is the creation of inner boundaries. Not rigid walls, but gentle lines that separate what belongs to you and what does not. Every night, people bring into sleep worries that don't originate from their own mind. Other people's expectations, imagined judgments, societal pressure. These foreign concerns enter the subconscious and shape the emotional landscape of the night. The Stoics countered this by returning before sleep to their own inner circle of responsibility. This is mine. This is not mine. The night watch uses these boundaries to filter what enters subconscious space. You keep only what aligns with your values. Everything else stays outside the gate. The final function of the Stoic night watch is transformation. Not only does it guard against harmful intrusion, it also gently redirects the mind toward healthier patterns. When an anxious thought arises, the sentinel does not fight it. It reframes it. It places it in a wider context. It gives it the tone of reason rather than fear. Over time, the subconscious begins to adopt these calmer interpretations as default. The night watch becomes not just a guard, but a teacher, guiding the mind toward clarity while you sleep. Training your subconscious to guard your peace is not a single night practice. It is a gradual shaping of the inner world, a re-education of the mind, a soft, steady strengthening of the part of you that watches your thoughts rather than being ruled by them. When the night watch becomes strong, your dreams become lighter, your rest becomes deeper, and your mornings begin with a sense of inner strength rather than emotional residue. Peace is not the absence of thoughts. It is the presence of a guardian within you, calm, patient, and wise, who knows how to let the mind rest even when thoughts appear. This is the Stoic night watch, and once awakened, it stands with you every night. As the inner sentinel settles into its quiet watch, something deeper begins to unfold. The mind slips further from waking logic and enters a softer landscape, one shaped by images, symbols, fragments of memory, and emotion. This is the territory of dreams. Most people drift through this realm without any guidance, carried by whatever thoughts or feelings have the strongest pull. But the Stoics understood something subtle. The mind does not stop thinking during dreams. Its thinking simply becomes symbolic. And if the waking mind trains itself in the principles of logos, reason, clarity, steadiness, those same principles begin shaping the dream world from within. A Stoic dream state is not about controlling dreams or forcing certain images. It is about preparing your inner dialogue, the quiet voice that travels with you into sleep. Dreams reflect the stories you hold beneath consciousness. They echo your beliefs, your interpretations, your fears, and your deepest understandings. When those inner stories are shaped by logos, by grounded reasoning, by acceptance, by clarity, your dream content becomes calmer, more organized, less chaotic. The symbolic language of your subconscious begins reflecting the steadiness you cultivate while awake. The first step in building a Stoic dream state is shaping the tone of your inner dialogue before sleep. Not with affirmations meant to manipulate the mind, but with reasoning that aligns with reality. Stoic reasoning is grounded. It does not exaggerate threats or inflate desires. When you end your day with clear thoughts such as, "I can only control my choices," or "the world is not my enemy," the subconscious translates these truths into the emotional atmosphere of your dreams. You enter the dream world with a stable foundation, and the symbols that arise are gentler because your internal voice is gentler. Dreams are influenced by emotional residue. If your thoughts are frantic, the dream symbols become frantic. If your thoughts are steady, the dream symbols reflect steadiness. Stoic reasoning softens the emotional charge of events. It teaches the mind to separate what happened from how you interpret it. When this habit becomes familiar, your subconscious does the same during dreams. A stressful moment from your day might reappear, but it is processed instead of relived. The dream shifts from emotional repetition to quiet understanding. This is the subconscious applying logos in symbolic form. Another part of creating a Stoic dream state is training your inner narrator. Every person has an internal voice that comments on experiences, often without awareness. This voice follows you into sleep. If this narrator is critical, fearful, or chaotic, your dream scenes are infused with the same tone. But if your narrator has learned the Stoic qualities of calm observation and rational distance, it enters dreams as a guide rather than a critic. It doesn't interrupt dreams, it shapes them. It places symbolic events into a frame that feels less threatening and more meaningful. The Stoics valued inner dialogue as a tool for reshaping emotional patterns. They practiced speaking to themselves in ways that clarified rather than confused, steadied rather than stirred. This self-talk becomes the blueprint your subconscious uses at night. When a dream presents a symbol, like running, falling, losing something, searching, it is not the symbol itself that matters, but the interpretation your mind gives it. A Stoic mind interprets through clarity. Instead of reacting with fear, the subconscious asks, "What is this showing me?" It sees symbolic challenges as lessons, not threats. Dreams often merge unrelated memories or images. A Stoic trained subconscious does not treat these combinations as chaos. It treats them as information. It sorts through the emotional content, removing what is unnecessary, reinforcing what is true, and dissolving what no longer serves you. This is how Stoic thinking influences dream structure. It creates coherence. It creates meaning. It creates emotional softness, even when the symbols are intense. Another aspect of a Stoic dream state is the absence of catastrophizing. In waking life, your mind may jump to the worst-case scenario, but Stoic reasoning teaches you to face reality without adding imagined fear. When this becomes a habit, your dreams carry less catastrophic imagery. Instead of running from threats, your dream self may walk through difficulties with calmness. Instead of drowning in emotional waves, you may float or move through them. The symbols remain, but the reaction changes, and the reaction is what determines how the dream shapes your emotional state for the coming day. A Stoic dream state is also influenced by the value the Stoics placed on acceptance. When dreams present discomfort or unresolved emotions, the Stoic subconscious meets them without resistance. This reduces nightmares, softens anxiety dreams, and increases the number of dreams where problems are processed instead of magnified. Acceptance in waking life becomes acceptance in dream life, and acceptance in dream life becomes emotional resilience when you wake. Finally, building a Stoic dream state means teaching the subconscious to seek clarity rather than confusion. Stoic reasoning values truth, actual truth, not imagined stories. When the mind is trained to look for what is real during the day, it begins doing the same at night. Dreams become places where the mind works through symbolic patterns to find resolution. They stop replaying stress and start reorganizing meaning. Your inner dialogues, even inside dreams, move toward understanding instead of fear. The goal is not to control your dreams. It is to prepare your inner world so that when dreams arise, they reflect strength rather than chaos. Stoic principles seep into the subconscious through repetition, awareness, and gentle self-guidance. And once the subconscious adopts these principles, your dreams become an extension of your own inner peace, symbolic, mysterious, but steady, helping you heal and align with the calmness you are cultivating while awake. As the mind drifts deeper into the night and the dream world begins shaping itself from your inner dialogue, there is one weight that disrupts sleep more than almost anything else: guilt. Not always the dramatic kind. Often, it's subtle. Small regrets, moments you replay, words you wish you'd softened, things you wish you'd done differently. These linger like a quiet pressure behind the mind, slipping into dreams, tightening the body, narrowing the breath. The Stoics understood this hidden burden. They knew that guilt, when carried into sleep, turns the night into a place of self-punishment instead of restoration. And so they practiced something rare and powerful: daily self-pardon. Self-pardon is not about excusing harmful behavior or pretending mistakes never happened. It's about recognizing your humanity and releasing the emotional residue that keeps the mind trapped in loops of self-judgment. The Stoics believed that no one benefits from carrying guilt into tomorrow. Not the world, not the people you care about, and certainly not you. What truly matters is learning, not suffering. And learning requires clarity, not the fog of shame. The ritual of self-pardon begins with an honest acknowledgement of your imperfections, not with harshness or criticism, but with neutrality. You look gently at the moments in your day where you could have acted with more patience, more courage, more kindness. The key here is gentleness. The Stoics were not interested in self-attacks. They saw those as emotional noise, not moral progress. Instead, they approached their own errors the way a wise mentor would, seeing clearly but holding compassion. When you look at your day this way, you create space between who you are and what you did. Actions can be improved, character can evolve, but shame glues you to the past and prevents growth. The Stoics refused to let a mistake become an identity. That is the heart of self-pardon, the refusal to define yourself by your worst moments. After acknowledgement comes understanding. This is where you reflect, not to punish yourself, but to see the roots of your behavior. What state of mind were you in? What fear or stress influenced you? What expectation were you trying to meet? When you understand your behavior, guilt loosens. You realize the moment did not come from malice, but from human limits. This makes it easier to correct the pattern tomorrow without carrying the emotional weight into the night. Next comes the release itself. This step is simple in action, but profound in effect. You say to yourself, in words or in intent, "I forgive myself for today." The Stoics didn't use this phrase as emotional decoration. They used it as a reset, a cleansing, a quiet closure. People often underestimate the power of saying the words aloud in their mind, but the subconscious responds strongly to direct statements. It releases its grip on guilt when the conscious mind gives it permission to let go. Self-pardon also involves recognizing that tomorrow is an opportunity, not a punishment. Many people fall asleep under the weight of their mistakes, expecting the next day to be a continuation of the same emotional burden. The Stoics did the opposite. They saw each day as a clean slate, regardless of what happened before. This mindset frees the subconscious. It allows sleep to perform its natural task: repair, reorganize, restore, without dragging yesterday's guilt into the process. Another part of this ritual is separating responsibility from suffering. Responsibility means learning from your actions. Suffering means punishing yourself endlessly. The Stoics embraced responsibility but rejected unnecessary suffering. When you carry guilt into sleep, your subconscious keeps replaying scenarios, crafting anxiety dreams, tightening your muscles, and disturbing emotional balance. The Stoic ritual interrupts this cycle. It tells the mind, the lesson has been taken, the pain can be released. Self-pardon also creates emotional room for self-respect. If you go to bed thinking you are a failure or a disappointment, your dreams will echo that tone. But if you go to bed acknowledging your mistakes while still holding your worth, your dreams become supportive instead of punishing. The subconscious builds imagery around your potential for growth rather than your fear of inadequacy. This shift alone can change the quality of your sleep dramatically. The final part of the Stoic ritual is gratitude, not in the sense of forcing positivity, but in recognizing that you are trying, you are learning, you are evolving. The Stoics believed that effort matters deeply. Even the smallest attempt to live wisely is worth acknowledging. When you end your day with a quiet gratitude for your own resilience, you soften the emotional terrain of your subconscious. You enter sleep with openness instead of heaviness. Daily self-pardon is not indulgence. It is maintenance. It protects your mind from carrying shadows into the night. It allows your subconscious to work with clarity instead of confusion. And it preserves your emotional health far more effectively than shame ever could. When you fall asleep after forgiving yourself, the mind resets. It reorganizes beliefs from a place of dignity, not self-loathing. Dreams become lighter, rest becomes deeper, and you wake with a sense of renewal that guilt can never give you. This is the Stoic way, learning without punishment, correcting without shame, moving forward without dragging yesterday into tomorrow. Through this nightly act of self-pardon, you teach your mind that peace is something you deserve, not something you must earn through suffering. There is a moment, right after you release guilt and soften the emotional weight of the day, when the mind becomes open to something even deeper. The body begins to speak. The breath becomes the bridge between the thinking world and the feeling world. And this is where the Stoics held one of their most underrated practices, using breath as a direct path into calm, clarity, and nervous system reset. Not mystical, not dramatic, but deeply human. They knew that the way you breathe determines the way you think, and the way you think determines the way you sleep. The Stoics understood the breath long before science explained its power. They noticed that when the breath is rapid, shallow, or held tightly in the chest, the mind becomes restless and reactive. Worries intensify, thoughts become sharp, emotions rise. But when the breath deepens and slows, When the exhale becomes longer than the inhale, the body shifts into a state of calm. The heart rate drops, muscles loosen, the nervous system switches out of defense and into restoration. This shift is the essence of the parasympathetic response, the biological state that allows genuine rest. At the center of the Stoic approach to breathing was simplicity. They didn't use complex patterns or forced techniques. They believed the breath should feel natural, steady, and easy. The first step was awareness, just noticing the breath without trying to improve it. That alone begins to soften the edges of stress. When you observe your breathing without judgment, your mind stops gripping the day. It becomes present. The simple act of noticing creates space. Once awareness settles in, the Stoic breath moves into gentle lengthening. Not inhaling forcefully, not holding the breath, but allowing the exhale to stretch. The body interprets a long exhale as safety. This is ancient biology. Threat requires quick breathing. Safety allows slow release. The Stoics didn't know the scientific explanation, but they understood the effect. A long, steady exhale sends a message to the mind. You are safe enough to let go. This breath has a rhythm that mirrors waves withdrawing from shore. Inhale soft and steady. Exhale a little longer, like a quiet unspooling of tension. Each exhale removes a layer of mental noise. Each release lowers the intensity of the day. This rhythm activates the parasympathetic nervous system without effort. It tells the body to repair. It tells the mind to soften. It tells the subconscious that it can leave the alert state and move into healing mode. Another part of Stoic breathing is grounding. They believed that when the breath drops lower, into the belly rather than the chest, the mind becomes anchored. High, fast chest breathing keeps you in a state of alertness. Low breathing brings the system back into balance. The belly expands slightly. The diaphragm moves freely. The body enters its natural rhythm rather than the frantic pace created by modern stress. This grounding breath supports emotional stability. When the breath is low and calm, emotions lose their intensity. They stop spiraling. They pass like weather, not storms. The Stoics also used breath to loosen internal resistance. When a difficult thought or feeling appeared, they didn't fight it. They breathed into it. Slow, steady breathing tells the nervous system that discomfort is tolerable, that you do not need to panic, that you can face what you feel without being overwhelmed. Over time, this rewires your emotional responses. You begin to respond with reason instead of reactivity. You gain control not through suppression, but through softness. This ancient breath also has a clearing effect. With every controlled exhale, the mind releases small accumulations of tension, half-formed worries, tensions in the shoulders, leftover adrenaline. The nervous system does not cling to these sensations when the breath signals safety. This clearing prepares the subconscious for deeper, calmer sleep. It prevents the mind from carrying stress residues into dreams or morning moods. The Stoic breath creates silence inside the body, not an empty silence, but a peaceful one. The heartbeat steadies, the thoughts slow, the muscles unclench. This state becomes the doorway to sleep, but more importantly, it becomes the doorway to a calmer existence. You stop entering sleep as a person under pressure. You enter as someone aligned, grounded, and steady. One of the most powerful aspects of the Stoic breath is consistency. It is not meant to be used only when things are overwhelming. The Stoics breathed this way throughout the day, during reflection, during moments of indecision, during emotional challenges. By the time they reached night, The nervous system already recognized the pattern. It slipped easily into calm. Their bodies trusted the breath. Their minds trusted the rhythm. And trust is the foundation of deep rest. This breath is not simply a relaxation tool. It is a way of teaching your entire being that peace is available, that clarity is accessible, that calm exists within you, waiting to be activated. The breath is the key. As the parasympathetic system awakens, the mind drops into the present moment. Thoughts loosen, emotions soften. The day dissolves. The body enters its natural state of repair, and you drift into sleep, carrying not the chaos of the world, but the steadiness of your own rhythm. This is the Stoic breath, not a technique of control, but a method of release, a way of returning to yourself, a way of entering sleep with the peace you deserve. There comes a point in the night when even the breath is not enough to quiet the mind, when the body is tired but the thoughts keep circling, when sleep feels close but refuses to arrive. This is where many people fall into the same trap. They begin to try to sleep. They strain. They worry about the time. They fear the morning. They force the mind to quiet down, not realizing that forcing is the very thing keeping them awake. The Stoics understood this paradox centuries ago. They knew that the more you chase sleep, the more it runs from you, and so they turned to one of their most powerful tools, detachment. Stoic detachment is often misunderstood. It is not emotional numbness. It is not pretending not to care. It is the ability to loosen your grip on what you cannot control. Chronic insomnia thrives on control. It feeds on fear. It grows stronger when you fight it. Every thought of "I need to sleep now," "What if I can't sleep again?" or "Tomorrow will be ruined," activates the threat system in your brain. Your body enters alertness even though you are lying still. Stoic detachment interrupts this cycle by teaching the mind a different relationship with sleep. The first step is releasing the need to force an outcome. The Stoics practiced recognizing what is within their control and what is not. Sleep belongs to the second category. You cannot command it. You cannot micromanage it. You can only create the conditions for it and let the body take over. When you accept this truth, a mental shift happens. The pressure drops. The nervous system stops receiving signals of urgency. The mind stops clinging to the idea that sleep must happen immediately. This alone can soften the grip of insomnia. Stoic detachment also involves letting go of the story your mind tells about sleeplessness. Insomnia often becomes a narrative. I never sleep well. My mind doesn't shut off. There is something wrong with me. These stories create fear, and fear is the enemy of rest. The Stoics trained themselves to separate facts from narratives. The fact may be, you are awake right now. The narrative is everything your fear adds to that fact. When you detach from the story and return to the simple moment, just lying here, just breathing, the emotional tension begins to fade. Another aspect of Stoic detachment is observing thoughts without identifying with them. People with chronic insomnia often fuse with their thoughts. A restless thought appears, and suddenly it becomes your thought, your problem, your identity. The Stoics saw thoughts as passing impressions, temporary, neutral, not inherently meaningful. When you adopt this perspective, the thoughts that keep you awake lose their authority. You learn to watch them drift in and out without engaging. Insomnia thrives on engagement. Detachment starves it. Stoic detachment also reduces the emotional charge around sleeplessness. Fear of not sleeping is more harmful than not sleeping itself. The body can adapt to temporary lack of rest. What it cannot adapt to is constant stress. So instead of worrying about the consequences of insomnia, the Stoics redirected their attention to what they could influence, relaxing the body, slowing the breath, loosening internal resistance. This sends a powerful message to the nervous system. I am safe. I do not need to be on high alert. And safety is the foundation of sleep. Another part of this practice is embracing wakefulness without panic. The Stoics believed that resisting reality creates suffering. If you are awake, you are awake. Fighting it makes your body think something is wrong. Acceptance tells your system that there is no danger in being awake. Paradoxically, the moment you stop trying to sleep is often the moment when sleep finally arrives, not because you forced it, but because you removed the pressure that was blocking it. Stoic detachment also encourages shifting focus from the problem to the present. Chronic insomnia pulls your mind into the future. How will I function tomorrow? Or into the past. Why can't I ever sleep like I used to? The Stoics returned again and again to the present moment. They understood that peace is found only here. When you bring your awareness to the present, your breath, your body, the softness of the night, you disconnect from the anxiety loops that fuel insomnia. The mind quiets because it no longer has anywhere else to run. Detachment also brings compassion. Instead of blaming yourself for being awake, you acknowledge that your mind is trying its best to protect you. Insomnia is often a sign that the mind has been carrying too much for too long. Stoic detachment allows you to release the pressure without judgment. It says, I do not need to fight myself. This inner gentleness reduces the emotional tension that keeps the brain alert. The more compassion you bring into your night, the easier it becomes for your nervous system to shift out of defense and into rest. Finally, Stoic detachment reframes sleeplessness itself. Instead of seeing the night as an enemy, you see it as neutral. Instead of seeing wakefulness as failure, you see it as temporary. Instead of seeing sleep as something you must chase, you see it as something that arrives when conditions are right. Detachment gives the mind space to soften, the body space to settle, and the subconscious space to stop interpreting wakefulness as a crisis. Chronic insomnia begins in fear and ends in release. The Stoics knew that letting go is not weakness, it is wisdom. When you stop gripping the night with anxious hands, the night stops gripping you back. And in that openness, sleep finds its way naturally. Through detachment, you teach your mind the most healing message of all. You do not need to fight to rest, you only need to allow. The mind cannot rest when the day feels unfinished. Chaos doesn't stay in the daylight. It follows you into the night. It twists itself into tight thoughts, restless dreams, and a sense of being mentally overloaded. The Stoics understood this deeply, and among them, Seneca had one of the most practical methods for transforming daily disorder into psychological clarity, the two-ledger method. A simple ritual, but powerful enough to reorganize the mind before sleep. This method wasn't about perfection or harsh analysis. It wasn't about listing every mistake or obsessing over productivity. It was about restoring balance. Seneca believed the mind becomes tangled when it holds too much unprocessed experience. Thoughts pile up. Emotions weave into knots. Worries spread into places they don't belong. The brain becomes a crowded room with no space to move. The two-ledger method was his way of clearing that room gently each night. The practice begins with separation. Seneca divided the events of the day into two categories, not moral labels, not judgments, but simple clarity. He kept two inner ledgers, one for what aligned with his values, and one for what pulled him away from them. Not good versus bad, but steady versus unsteady. Awareness versus impulse. Wisdom versus habit. This separation alone brings order. When you categorize your experiences, they no longer swirl together as a confusing emotional mass. They become understandable. One ledger held the moments where he acted with calm, courage, patience, or reason. These were the choices that reflected the person he wanted to be. The mind often forgets these moments, focusing instead on errors. But acknowledging them restores balance. It shows that the day wasn't defined only by chaos. It reminds you of your strengths, your small victories, your quiet patience. This protects your mind from falling into the trap of only remembering what went wrong. The other ledger held the moments where he faltered, not as condemnation, but as information. Instances where impatience rose too quickly, where fear influenced decisions, where anger shaped reactions, where distraction pulled him off course. These entries were not emotional punishments, they were observations. Seneca saw them like a scientist examining patterns. The purpose was clarity, not guilt. When you record your missteps without shame, the mind releases them. They no longer need to linger in the subconscious demanding attention. This separation creates a powerful psychological effect. It untangles emotional clutter. When chaos is named and placed in the correct ledger, it stops overwhelming the mind. Thoughts that felt heavy become manageable. Moments that felt tangled become understandable. Confusion turns into structure, and the subconscious receives a signal that the day has been processed, that nothing is left unresolved. Seneca's method also strengthens self-awareness. When you look at your day with this dual structure, patterns begin to reveal themselves. You start to notice what triggers your unsteady moments. You see which situations bring out your best. You identify where you're growing and where you're resisting growth. This awareness prevents the same chaotic loops from repeating endlessly, because the mind learns from what it sees clearly. But the most healing part of the two-ledger method is what comes after the review. Release. Once the day is organized into order, Seneca allowed himself to let the entire day go. Both ledgers, both sides. He didn't carry pride from the steady moments or shame from the unsteady ones. He used the review to create clarity, not identity. Afterward, the mind was allowed to rest. This act of release is what truly closed the psychological loop. The subconscious responds strongly to closure. When the mind has reviewed the day with honesty, acknowledged its steady and unsteady moments, and placed everything in its rightful category, there is nothing left to replay at night. No unfinished thoughts, no unresolved emotions, no mental confusion trying to sort itself out through dreams. The brain can shift from processing to restoration. This method also reduces nighttime anxiety by giving the mind a sense of completion. Many people lie awake because their thoughts feel scattered, but when the day has been sorted, the mind no longer feels the need to untangle itself in the dark. It can enter sleep with openness instead of tension, and dreams become calmer because the subconscious is no longer trying to interpret chaos. Another deeper effect of this practice is emotional neutrality. When you review your day in this balanced way, you stop exaggerating your failures and minimizing your progress. You see yourself with accuracy instead of fear or ego. This neutrality is the heart of Stoic peace. When you treat yourself as a human being rather than a judge or a prisoner, your mind rests. The nervous system stops bracing. The heart slows. The breath softens. Seneca's two-ledger method is not about fixing the day, it's about understanding it. Not about attaching meaning, but about clearing space. Not about judgment, but about clarity. And clarity is what the mind needs most before sleep. When you end your day this way, chaos doesn't follow you into the night. The mind doesn't need to replay arguments, regrets, or fears. You have already seen them. You have already placed them. You have already let them go. The result is a kind of inner order that stays with you, not just at night, but into the next day. You wake with more confidence, more steadiness, and more self-understanding. The world feels less chaotic because your inner world is no longer carrying yesterday's mess. This is the quiet power of Seneca's method, turning the day's chaos into order and letting the mind enter sleep clean, grounded, and at peace. There is a point in the evening when the mind becomes raw. The day has worn you down, your defenses are lower, and every emotion that didn't get your attention earlier begins to surface. Irritation, worry, disappointment, self-doubt, old frustrations that suddenly feel fresh again. This is the hour when emotions become louder than they were during the day, because nothing else is competing for space. The Stoics understood this late-night vulnerability. They knew that reacting to emotions at night only magnifies them, feeding them with tiredness and exaggeration. And so they practiced something subtle but transformative: emotional fasting. Emotional fasting isn't suppression. It isn't denial. It's the conscious choice to abstain from reacting to emotions at night when the mind is too tired to respond wisely. Just as the body sometimes needs a break from constant digestion, the mind sometimes needs a break from constant emotional engagement. The Stoics recognize that nighttime emotions lie. They distort. They take small worries and make them feel catastrophic. They take minor tensions and inflate them into crises. When you are tired, every feeling feels more true than it is. The purpose of emotional fasting is to prevent this distortion from becoming part of your inner world. The practice begins with noticing the emotional rise without feeding it. A worry appears. A memory stings. A regret surfaces. Instead of diving into the feeling or answering it with thoughts, you pause. You say to yourself, "Not tonight." Not as rejection, but as protection. You recognize that the mind, like the body, has limits. When you're tired, you're more vulnerable to exaggeration and emotional impulsivity. The Stoics saw nighttime as a time for rest, not reaction. Emotional fasting teaches the subconscious that not every feeling requires a response. This is crucial for emotional healing. Most people respond to every emotion as if it demands action. They replay conversations. They imagine worst-case scenarios. They criticize themselves. They defend themselves from things no one is actually saying. The Stoics saw this as needless suffering. Emotional fasting breaks this pattern by refusing to amplify emotions at the hour they are least reliable. Another part of this practice is understanding that nighttime emotions are often misinterpretations of fatigue. When the body is tired, stress hormones linger. When the mind is tired, perspective narrows. Problems feel heavier because you don't have the strength to hold them lightly. Emotional fasting gives your tired brain permission to step back. It says, "I will look at this with fresh eyes tomorrow." That small delay often dissolves problems that seemed enormous the night before. The Stoics approached emotions with the same neutrality they applied to thoughts. Emotions were not enemies. They were signals, information, but not all signals need immediate action. Emotional fasting is about timing. It is choosing not to engage in emotional conversations with yourself when your mind is least capable of rational response. It is saving the work for a time when you can grow from it instead of being overwhelmed by it. Another element of emotional fasting is physical stillness. The Stoics noticed that the body influences emotional reactivity. When you pace, fidget, or tense your muscles, the mind assumes something is wrong. When you become still, emotions lose energy. Your nervous system shifts out of alertness. This stillness is a form of emotional abstinence. Your body communicates to your mind, "We are not acting on this feeling tonight." Emotional fasting also involves removing unnecessary stimulation. At night, people often reach for distractions, screens, conversations, food, because emotions feel uncomfortable. The Stoics understood that distraction doesn't heal anything. It just stretches the emotional tension into your dreams. Emotional fasting means choosing calm over stimulation, softening the lighting, quieting the space, letting the mind settle naturally. When the external world quiets, the internal world follows. But the heart of emotional fasting is compassion, not control. The Stoics did not punish themselves for feeling. They simply refused to spiral. They held their emotions with a kind of gentle distance. "This feeling exists," they would say, "but I do not have to react to it." They allowed emotions to float in and out like weather without attaching to them. Over time, this practice trains the subconscious to stop treating emotions like emergencies. Another powerful effect of emotional fasting is the impact on dreams. When you refrain from reacting emotionally at night, your subconscious receives fewer emotional imprints to process. Dreams become less chaotic, less anxious, less filled with scenarios where you are running from something or trying to fix something. The mind spends the night restoring instead of replaying. The emotional layer of your sleep becomes calmer because you didn't feed emotional storms before drifting off. Emotional fasting also protects relationships. Most disagreements, most misunderstandings, most regrets are born from words said at night, when fatigue sharpens emotion and dulls patience. The Stoics avoided emotional conversations after dusk, not because they avoided conflict, but because they understood that clarity doesn't live in tired minds. They saved important discussions for daylight, when their reasoning was strongest. The final part of emotional fasting is acceptance. You acknowledge that emotions will rise, and you accept their presence without resistance. You don't push them away, you simply don't engage. This acceptance diffuses the emotional charge. It allows the mind to rest without fighting itself. Through this nightly abstinence, the subconscious begins to learn a profound truth. Feelings do not control you. You choose when to respond. You choose when to let go. You choose when to rest. Emotional fasting is a quiet, powerful form of inner discipline. It preserves your peace when your mind is most vulnerable. It protects your dreams from emotional overflow. It allows sleep to be healing instead of chaotic. And over time it shapes a calmer, more resilient emotional life, one that responds with wisdom, not exhaustion. There is a moment each night when the mind begins reaching ahead. Even as your body slows and your breath grows softer, your thoughts start drifting into tomorrow. What needs to be done? What might go wrong? What you fear you won't have the energy to face. The mind rushes into the future as if tomorrow is waiting outside your bedroom door, demanding answers before you can sleep. This is where anxiety loops begin. This is where rest becomes difficult. And this is where the Stoics practiced one of their most essential skills, non-attachment to tomorrow's problems. Non-attachment does not mean apathy. It does not mean ignoring responsibilities or pretending the future doesn't exist. It means refusing to let tomorrow borrow your peace tonight. The Stoics understood that anxiety is often nothing more than the mind trying to live a day that hasn't arrived yet. When you project yourself into the future while your body is still in the present, your nervous system reacts as if those imagined problems are happening now. Heart rate increases, muscles tense, thoughts accelerate. Sleep becomes unreachable because the body thinks it's preparing for battle. The art of non-attachment begins with recognizing this pattern. When the mind darts into tomorrow, your role is not to wrestle it into silence, but to guide it back gently. Stoics called this returning to the present moment, not as a spiritual exercise, but as a practical one. The present moment is the only place where rest is possible, the only place where tomorrow's problems lose their power. One of the Stoic insights is that the mind creates stories about the future far more often than it creates solutions. Worry is not preparation. Fear is not planning. Running disaster scenarios at night does not make you stronger. It makes you exhausted. The Stoics refused to indulge in this kind of mental rehearsal. They believed that tomorrow will demand its own clarity, and that clarity cannot come from a fatigued mind. So they practiced the discipline of postponement, intentionally saving tomorrow's thinking for tomorrow's strength. This postponement is not avoidance, it is wisdom. It acknowledges that nighttime fear is distorted fear. When you are tired, small problems feel large, uncertainties feel threatening, and possibilities look like dangers. The Stoics treated nighttime worries as unreliable messengers. They understood that a tired brain is not a truthful narrator. By choosing not to react to future-oriented fear at night, they prevented those distortions from shaping their beliefs or stealing their rest. Another part of non-attachment is recognizing the boundary of control. Tomorrow's challenges belong to a future version of you, a version who will be more rested, more stable, more capable. The Stoics separated the self of tonight from the self of tomorrow. They reminded themselves, I cannot solve tomorrow's problems with today's energy. This isn't defeat, it's alignment. It teaches the mind that its only task right now is to rest. Stoic non-attachment also involves reducing mental predictions. Anxiety feeds on what if. The mind creates endless futures. What if this happens? What if that fails? What if I can't handle it? The Stoics replace this spiral with something grounding. I will face what comes when it comes. This shifts the mind from panic to capability. It stops the loop and reminds the subconscious of your resilience. The future becomes something you will meet, not something you must fear. Another layer of this practice is emotional separation. Nighttime anxiety often blends feelings with predictions. You don't just think something might go wrong, you feel it as if it already has. Stoic non-attachment breaks this connection. When a feeling of dread rises about tomorrow, you label it for what it is, a sensation, not a prophecy, a wave, not the ocean. This labeling prevents emotions from turning into forecasts and stops your subconscious from treating imagined outcomes as real. The Stoics also practiced trust, not blind optimism, but trust in their own ability to respond. They didn't need to foresee the future to feel prepared for it. They knew that strength doesn't come from predicting every outcome. It comes from knowing you can adapt to whatever outcome appears. This quiet confidence dissolves the need to solve problems prematurely. It allows the mind to step out of the future and settle into the refuge of the present. Another technique they used was a mental closing of the day. They reminded themselves that the day had reached its natural endpoint. Whatever was left undone belonged to tomorrow. This boundary creates psychological safety. It gives the subconscious permission to stop running simulations and start healing. Without this closure, the mind keeps cycling through future possibilities, trying to prevent imagined danger. Non-attachment to tomorrow's problems is a form of emotional generosity toward yourself. It gives you the space to rest without guilt. It protects your sleep from unnecessary tension. And most importantly, it teaches the subconscious a powerful truth. Rest is not earned by solving everything. Rest is a right given to every person, especially those trying their best. When you disconnect your mind from the future, you reclaim the night. The nervous system calms. The breath returns to its natural rhythm. The thoughts lose their urgency. Sleep becomes possible again. Not because the future disappeared, but because you stop trying to live it early. This is the Stoic art, letting tomorrow take care of itself while you take care of your peace. As the mind releases tomorrow and settles back into the present, something else becomes available to you, a stillness that lives deeper than thought. The Stoics knew that peace is not created only in the mind, it must also be found in the body. They understood that tension held in the muscles becomes tension held in the emotions, that a restless body becomes a restless mind. Marcus Aurelius practiced a kind of reflective grounding each morning, reminding himself that he was embodied, stable, rooted in something larger than his thoughts. When reversed for nighttime, this becomes a profoundly calming practice. A Stoic body scan designed not to wake the mind for the day, but to let it gently shut down. This body scan is not about relaxation techniques or forced breathing. It is a philosophical process, an embodied reflection that connects your physical self with the calm reasoning Marcus used to center himself each morning. But at night, we use it as a descent instead of a rise, a soft unwinding instead of a preparation. The purpose is simple: to return your awareness to your body so your thoughts no longer dominate the inner space. The practice begins with a quiet acknowledgement of your body's presence, noticing without judgment that you exist in a physical form. Tension often builds because the mind tries to solve everything while ignoring the body that carries it. Marcus reflected each morning on the nature of being human: flesh, breath, bone, and the ability to choose how to respond. At night, this reflection turns into a recognition. You are allowed to rest, because this body has carried you through an entire day. The scan starts at the top, not to analyze, but to release. You simply bring awareness to the space around your forehead. Most people store unused thoughts here, the residue of mental effort. As you notice this area, the muscles begin to soften on their own. Stoic meditation avoids forcing relaxation. It relies on awareness, the simple act of seeing tension clearly. When the mind sees tension, it stops resisting it. When resistance drops, relaxation follows. Then your attention moves to the eyes, not to control them, but to acknowledge the strain they've carried. The Stoics believed the eyes were the windows into perception, constantly absorbing impressions, constantly responding to the world. As you notice the subtle tension around them, a message reaches the subconscious. There is nothing left to process tonight. The eyes no longer need to take in anything. The world can wait. Next comes the jaw. Marcus often reflected on the power of self-control and the value of letting go of unnecessary strain. Many people clench their jaw unconsciously, holding on to words they didn't speak, concerns they never resolved. Bringing awareness here teaches the body that the day is over. You do not need to hold on anymore. Your jaw loosens because the mind stops gripping the stories that tightened it. The awareness then moves down the neck and shoulders. This is where unspoken stress hides. Marcus Aurelius wrote about the weight of responsibilities he carried as emperor, but recognized that the body could not bear the emotional weight unless the mind learned to place things in perspective. By noticing your shoulders, without trying to drop them, you remind yourself that not every burden belongs to you, that your body has been holding more than it needs to. The muscles soften as the mind releases its invisible load. As the scan moves into the chest, you reconnect with the breath, not to change it, but to feel it. Marcus often returned to the simple truth that each breath is borrowed and returned. At night, this truth becomes grounding. You watch the breath rise and fall naturally, feeling the chest loosen with each exhale. This awareness signals to the nervous system that it is safe. The Stoic approach is not about manipulating the breath. It is about recognizing its natural rhythm as a guide toward calm. Lowering your awareness into the stomach and abdomen, you enter the emotional center of the body. The Stoics believed that many emotional reactions are physical before they become thoughts. Tightness here often reflects fear, worry, or self-protection. Awareness allows the muscles to soften, as if telling your subconscious, "You do not need to protect me right now. I am safe." The release here is often profound, because so much of stress is held silently in this place. The scan continues into the hips, the place where the body stores unresolved tension from movement, effort, and fatigue. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself to work with nature instead of against it. At night, that wisdom means allowing your body to shift into its natural state of rest. Awareness softens the hips, letting the body sink more fully into its resting position. Descending into the legs, you acknowledge the places that carried you physically through the day. Every step, every task, every moment of movement relied on them. The Stoic practice here is gratitude through awareness, not sentimental gratitude, but factual acknowledgement. These legs have served you. When the mind honors the body in this way, tension releases naturally. Finally, the scan reaches the feet. Marcus wrote about grounding himself in reason each morning. At night, you ground yourself physically. You feel the weight of your feet, the contact with the bed, the stillness of being held by the earth. This final awareness signals to the subconscious that the scan is complete. The body is seen. The mind can rest. A Stoic body scan is not relaxation. It is recognition. It is the mind coming home to the body after spending the entire day outside of it. It is a soft descent into presence, where tension dissolves because there is no longer anything to resist. And as the body settles, the mind follows. Thoughts thin out, emotions quiet. The inner noise fades. Sleep becomes not something you must achieve, but something that naturally arrives once the body and mind reunite. There is a point in the night when the mind becomes small without realizing it. When your world shrinks to the size of a single worry, a single regret, a single mistake, a single expectation you didn't meet. You begin to feel as if everything depends on you, your choices, your performance, your image, your success, your usefulness. This is the ego tightening its grip. And nothing keeps a mind awake longer than the feeling that the entire weight of life sits on its shoulders. The Stoics understood this human tendency. They saw how easily the ego makes every problem feel personal, every inconvenience feel targeted, every responsibility feel enormous. They knew the mind becomes restless when it thinks it must control everything. So they practiced something powerful at the end of each day, a shift in scale, a widening of perspective, a return to their place within the vastness of existence. This is the practice of cosmic perspective. Cosmic perspective is not meant to make you feel insignificant. It is meant to free you. It helps you see the truth your ego forgets, that the universe is wide, time is long, and your struggles are small ripples in a vast ocean. Not to diminish your worth, but to lighten your burden. When you adopt this perspective before sleep, the mind stops treating every thought as a crisis. It stops making mountains out of passing discomfort. It becomes able to let go. This practice begins with a simple shift in awareness. When the night grows quiet and your thoughts threaten to pull you into their small orbit, you pull back, not emotionally, but mentally. You widen your internal lens. You acknowledge that the world was here long before you and will remain long after you. You release the belief that every detail is yours to manage. The ego loosens, and with it, the tightness in your chest. Marcus Aurelius, more than any other Stoic, relied on this practice. As emperor, the pressure he faced was unimaginable. Yet he reminded himself repeatedly that he was just one thread in a far larger tapestry, that the stars above him were ancient, that the earth beneath him was timeless, that the lives of millions before him unfolded in similar patterns of struggle and resolution. This reminder did not weaken him. It grounded him. It gave his problems their proper size. At night, when your thoughts try to claim too much importance, this perspective becomes essential. Your mind says, "This mistake defines me." Cosmic perspective answers, "It is one moment among thousands." Your mind says, "Tomorrow must go perfectly, or everything falls apart." Cosmic perspective answers, "Life will continue regardless, and you will adapt." Your mind says, "Everyone is judging me." Cosmic perspective answers, "Everyone is living their own story." Your mind says, "I must control everything." Cosmic perspective answers, "You only control your response." This shift softens the ego's grip. It reminds the mind that it does not need to police the future, defend the past, or prove itself to the world while lying in bed. The ego exhausts itself trying to hold everything together. Cosmic perspective tells it that the world already holds itself. Another part of this practice involves recognizing the temporary nature of emotions. In the timeline of your life, tonight's worries are small. In the timeline of human existence, they barely exist. The Stoics did not use this truth to belittle themselves. They used it to find freedom. Emotional intensity fades when placed in a larger frame. What felt overwhelming becomes manageable. What felt urgent becomes patient. What felt personal becomes universal. Cosmic perspective also softens self-judgment. Ego makes you believe that your mistakes are exceptional or catastrophic. But when you step back and see your life within the sweep of billions of other human lives, you realize your mistakes are simply part of being human. Every person has stumbled. Every mind has faltered. Every heart has been confused. You are not uniquely flawed. You are fundamentally human. This reduces the inner punishment that keeps you awake. Another effect of cosmic perspective is humility, not in the sense of belittling yourself, but in recognizing that you are a participant in life, not its controller. This humility relaxes the nervous system. The body stops bracing for impact. The breath becomes softer. The mind stops gripping problems as if it must solve them alone. When the ego shrinks, peace has room to expand. This practice also helps with relationships. Ego tells you that others think about you constantly, measuring you, judging you. Cosmic perspective reveals the truth. People are absorbed in their own lives, their own fears, their own hopes. This frees you from unnecessary anxiety and social tension. You stop replaying conversations. You stop worrying about how you were perceived. You release the need to perform for an imaginary audience. The final part of cosmic perspective is gratitude, not for possessions or achievements, but for existence itself. The Stoics often reflected on the miracle of simply being alive, being conscious, being aware enough to experience the night, the breath, the quiet. Gratitude on this scale dissolves ego. It shifts the mind from strain to awe, from anxiety to stillness. And as you drift with this awareness, the mind begins to rest in a much larger truth. You are small enough to release the world and meaningful enough to be part of it. You are not the center of everything, and you do not need to be. The ego's grip loosens. The mind unclenches. Sleep arrives gently, like a tide returning to shore. This is the Stoic gift of cosmic perspective, freedom from the small self and entrance into a peace that is vast, quiet, and deeply restorative. There are nights when calm feels impossible, nights when the mind replays the day in sharp fragments, nights when stress clings to you as if it has roots, nights when exhaustion isn't enough to quiet your thoughts. The Stoics understood this familiar struggle. They knew that peace cannot always be created in the moment you need it. So they developed a powerful inner habit, building reservoirs of equanimity, deep wells of tranquility stored during the day so they could be drawn upon when the night became difficult. This concept is simple but profound. Just as the body stores physical energy, the mind can store emotional steadiness. Equanimity does not appear only at bedtime. It is cultivated quietly over time, through choices, reflections, and small daily shifts. And when the night grows heavy, these reservoirs become your internal supply, a reserve of calm that does not depend on circumstances or mood. The first part of this Stoic practice is understanding that tranquility must be collected intentionally. When you experience moments of inner stillness during the day, a quiet walk, a gentle pause between tasks, a breath that feels grounded, the mind recognizes these moments. They leave traces. They become memories of peace. The Stoics treated these experiences as deposits, each one added to their reservoir. Later, when the night brought worry or tension, they could mentally return to those stored moments as grounding points. Equanimity grows in small observations. When you notice a small irritation and choose not to engage, you're storing calm. When you respond to a challenge with patience instead of rush, you're storing calm. When you let go of an unnecessary worry, you're storing calm. These tiny acts accumulate. You don't always feel their effect immediately, but they build an inner foundation that becomes invaluable at night. Another aspect of the reservoir is emotional neutrality. The Stoics practiced viewing events without exaggeration, neither overly positive nor overly negative. This neutrality conserves emotional energy. When you don't drain yourself reacting to every situation with intensity, you retain more inner steadiness for moments when you truly need it. Nighttime anxiety often arises because the mind has been exhausted by emotional overreaction throughout the day. A reservoir of equanimity prevents that depletion. The Stoics also used perspective to build these reservoirs. They often reminded themselves that most problems are temporary, most fears are exaggerated, and most discomforts fade. When you internalize this understanding, the mind becomes less reactive and more stable. This stability stores itself quietly, and when nighttime stress surfaces, your subconscious reaches back into this reservoir of perspective. It reminds you, this moment is not permanent. This feeling will pass. That reminder can completely shift the tone of a difficult night. Another way to build equanimity is through repeated acts of self-regulation. The Stoics believed that every moment of patience, every pause before reacting, every calm decision becomes part of a larger pattern. Each one strengthens your ability to return to peace. The mind learns that it knows how to be calm. It remembers the path. When nighttime worries rise, the path back to tranquility is already familiar. You have walked it during the day. Stoic reservoirs are also built through reflection. When you take a moment to review your day with softness rather than harshness, you store calm. This reflective gentleness reduces internal conflict. It keeps your emotions from simmering beneath the surface. And when you lie down at night, your subconscious draws from that clarity instead of carrying unresolved tension. The reservoir also grows through acceptance. The Stoics practiced accepting what they could not control, not as resignation, but as wisdom. Each act of acceptance, however small, stores steadiness. When you accept a difficult moment instead of fighting it, you strengthen your inner equilibrium. And when nighttime anxiety arises, your subconscious pulls from this learned acceptance, helping you meet discomfort without collapse. Another important part of this concept is mental spaciousness. The Stoics made room within themselves, room for uncertainty, room for imperfection, room for life to unfold without constant resistance. This spaciousness becomes part of your reservoir. On nights when thoughts pile up and pressure builds, the mind that has practiced spaciousness does not suffocate. It remembers that it can breathe even when emotions feel tight. The reservoir also stores compassion for yourself and for others. The Stoics were often misunderstood as emotionless, but in reality, they practiced deep compassion. They understood human fallibility. They forgave quickly. They released grudges. Each act of compassion stores tranquility. When nighttime self-criticism strikes, this reservoir softens the blow. It reminds you to be gentle with yourself. It reminds you that you are human. What makes these reservoirs powerful is that they work silently. You do not have to consciously draw from them. When the mind is stressed, overwhelmed, or anxious at night, the subconscious automatically reaches for what it knows. If your days are filled with moments of reactive emotion, the night will return those same patterns. But if your days contain small, steady acts of calm, acceptance, and clarity, the night returns that instead. Equanimity does not come from controlling life. It comes from collecting moments of peace until peace becomes your inner home. The Stoics knew that nights can test you, thoughts can tighten, emotions can rise, but they believed that no one faces those moments empty-handed if they've spent the day filling their reservoir. And so, as nighttime settles, the mind that has cultivated equanimity does not panic. It does not spiral. It dips into its stored stillness and remembers that it has been calm before and can be calm again. This is the Stoic gift of inner equanimity reservoirs, a quiet strength accumulated drop by drop, a stored peace that becomes your companion on stressful nights, a well you can draw from when the world inside you feels loud. Tranquility, kept safely within. At a certain point in the evening, words begin to lose their usefulness. Explanations feel heavy. Thoughts become repetitive. Conversations, whether spoken aloud or carried on silently in your mind, start circling the same themes. This is the hour when the Stoics practiced something most people today rarely experience: therapeutic silence. Not avoidance, not emptiness, but a deliberate stillness designed to purify the mind before sleep. The Stoics understood that silence is not the absence of sound. It is the absence of internal noise. It is a cleansing state that helps the mind settle into its natural rhythm. They knew that the mind cannot let go of the day if it is constantly creating more thoughts, more reactions, more inner commentary. Silence is the pause that breaks the momentum of mental chatter. It creates space for the mind to release what it has been holding. Therapeutic Stoic silence begins with withdrawing from unnecessary stimulation. During the day, the mind is inundated with impressions, conversations, tasks, screens, emotions, demands. The Stoics believed that as the day ends, the mind must detox from all of this. They treated silence as a balm, a way of washing away the residue that clings to the mind long after events have passed. Without this cleansing, the subconscious carries the day's noise into dreams, turning rest into emotional processing rather than restoration. The first layer of this practice is external silence, limiting the sound that surrounds you, turning off the conversations, the background noise, the subtle distractions. This external quiet acts as a boundary, telling the mind the day is ending. But the deeper layer, the one the Stoics valued most, is internal silence. The deliberate slowing of mental activity, the willingness to let thoughts drift without following them, the discipline of not speaking to yourself unless necessary. Internal silence is a purification because it stops the mind from adding new material to process. Thoughts have momentum. Each one triggers another, and another. Soon the mind becomes a factory of unnecessary content. Stoic silence interrupts this chain. It creates a gentle emptiness, not through force, but through non-engagement. When you don't feed a thought with more thoughts, it dissolves on its own. The Stoics practiced observing their thoughts from a distance. In silence, they watched them appear and fade, like sparks that vanish as quickly as they rise. This passive witnessing lets the subconscious know that not every thought needs attention. The mind begins to unclench. It stops trying to solve every problem before sleep. It stops rehearsing conversations. It stops arguing with itself. In silence, the mind remembers how to rest. Another part of therapeutic silence is emotional settling. Many emotions gain power through expression, internal or external. When you talk to yourself about your frustrations, your mind amplifies them. When you replay memories, you invite the emotions back in. Stoic silence is not about suppressing emotions, but about starving them of unnecessary dialogue. When you refrain from narrating your feelings, their intensity naturally diminishes. They pass like weather instead of lodging themselves in your subconscious. This silence also opens a space for clarity. When the noise dies down, the mind begins to sort itself. Thoughts settle in their proper places. Emotions separate from facts. Perspective widens. Much like a muddy glass of water clears when left untouched, the mind clarifies when not stirred. This clarity is essential before sleep because it prevents the subconscious from trying to reorganize confusion throughout the night. The Stoics also used silence as a way of returning to themselves. Throughout the day, the mind is pulled outward, toward problems, conversations, responsibilities, expectations. Silence brings it back inward. It reconnects you to your inner stability. It reminds you that beneath the noise of life, there is a steady core within you that is not easily disturbed. When you end your day in silence, you anchor yourself in that core. You sleep not as someone overwhelmed, but as someone grounded. Another profound aspect of therapeutic silence is humility. When you become quiet, you realize how much of your suffering is created by mental commentary, the stories you tell, the judgments you pass, the interpretations you invent. Silence humbles the ego. It removes the need to be right, to explain, to justify, to defend. This humility relaxes the nervous system. The body stops bracing. The mind stops resisting. Sleep becomes easier because you are no longer fighting yourself. The Stoics understood that silence before bed prepares the mind for dreams that heal rather than harm. Without emotional residue, the subconscious processes the day more gently. Dreams become symbolic guidance instead of stress responses. You wake with a clearer head, a lighter heart, and a calmer nervous system. The final layer of therapeutic silence is acceptance. It is the quiet recognition that nothing more needs to be said, solved, or processed tonight. Silence becomes a surrender, not to defeat, but to peace. You give the mind permission to rest. You give the body permission to release. You give the unconscious permission to mend itself without interference. When practiced consistently, therapeutic silence becomes one of the most powerful sleep rituals imaginable. It purifies the mind. It dissolves emotional clutter. It softens the ego, it calms the nervous system, and it prepares the subconscious for a night of deep repair. In silence, you do not lose yourself, you return to yourself. You do not weaken, you release. And in that release, sleep arrives naturally, as a companion to the quiet you've created. There comes a point each night when the mind has done enough, when thinking one more thought adds nothing, when replaying one more moment only tightens the tension, when carrying the day any further becomes unnecessary weight. Most people never recognize this threshold. They push past it. They keep analyzing, worrying, remembering, predicting. The day clings to them long after it is over, and so their sleep suffers, not because the body is tired, but because the mind refuses to stop. The Stoics had a method for this exact moment, a rare and powerful mental reset they used to release the day in an instant. They called it, in essence, dropping the day. This technique is not about forgetting what happened or pretending nothing mattered. It is about fully recognizing that the day is complete, that the mind does not need to dig its fingers into every detail, that you are allowed to lay down everything you've been holding without abandoning responsibility. There is a difference between letting go and neglecting. The Stoics understood the difference intimately. The drop-the-day technique begins with a shift in posture, not physically, but mentally. You stop leaning forward into the momentum of your thoughts. You stop trying to finish the day emotionally or mentally. Instead, you let your mind fall back into the present moment, like stepping out of a crowded room and closing the door behind you. To drop the day, you acknowledge one simple truth. The day is no longer happening. Only this moment is. This awareness cuts the emotional connection to everything that came before. The mind stops arguing with events that no longer exist. The nervous system stops reacting as if you're still living through them. The emotional loops lose their fuel. The Stoics practiced this by treating the end of the day like a boundary. They believed that each day was a container, self-contained, finite, completed when night arrives. The mind often refuses to accept this natural endpoint. It drags unfinished tasks, conversations, and emotions into the hours meant for rest. But when you consciously mark the day as closed, you release your mind from the unspoken obligation to continue thinking. The next part of the technique is detaching from identity-based thinking. Many nighttime spirals begin with statements like, "I should have," "Why am I like this?" "I always mess up." These thoughts tie your entire identity to isolated moments of the day. Dropping the day means dropping the identity you used to navigate its challenges. You remind yourself that the person who lived the day is not the person lying in bed now. That version of you was responding to specific circumstances, energy levels, emotions, and needs. Tonight, you are a new version, one allowed to rest. Another element of this method is releasing the emotional residue that clings to unresolved experiences. The Stoics knew you cannot reason with emotions that arise from fatigue. When the mind is tired, feelings become exaggerated. So instead of sorting them, they used a simple internal statement. "I release this for tonight." Not forever. Not denying it. Simply postponing emotional processing until morning, when clarity is stronger. This gentle postponement protects you from the distorted thinking that arises after dark. The drop-the-day technique also involves letting go of the mind's need to justify, explain, or perfect what happened. Many people lie awake rehearsing arguments, defending themselves in imaginary conversations, or dissecting their mistakes. The Stoics saw this as a misuse of energy, an attempt to rewrite a day that is already over. Dropping the day means accepting something deeper. There is nothing left to fix tonight. This acceptance is not defeat. It is liberation. It frees you from mental labor you were never meant to do in the hours of rest. It allows sleep to begin, not as escape, but as surrender to what is real. Another important part of this technique is returning to the simplicity of sensation. The Stoics believed that when thoughts become tangled, the body becomes the anchor. Dropping the day often meant redirecting attention to what is happening in the present. The weight of your body, the softness of the bed, the rhythm of your breath. This breaks the cycle of mental time travel. When you inhabit the body, the mind stops clinging to the past or rehearsing the future. The final stage of this technique is a quiet internal closing, a decision to mentally step out of the day as if stepping out of a room. You tell yourself, "The day ends here." This statement seals the boundary. The subconscious receives it like a signal. And because the subconscious thrives on clear endings, it begins shifting from active mode into restorative mode. When practiced regularly, the drop-the-day technique becomes instantaneous. The mind learns the pattern, the body follows, the emotional grip loosens. You stop dragging the weight of the day into the night. You enter sleep empty of everything except the present moment. This is not forgetting. It is not avoidance. It is permission. Permission to stop carrying what is no longer happening. The Stoics knew that peace is not something you find at the end of the day. It is something you choose by releasing the day itself. That is the art of dropping the day. There is a quiet transformation that begins the moment your mind stops gripping the day. When you drop the noise, the worries, the roles you performed, and the thoughts you replayed, something unexpected opens inside you. a space untouched by the demands of the day. The Stoics understood this space well. They believed that sleep is not only a physical reset, but an ethical reset, a chance to rebuild the self, a chance to shape identity at the deepest level, where habits, beliefs, and character slowly take form. This is where Stoic role ethics enters the night. Role ethics is the Stoic idea that each person has multiple roles in life: child, parent, friend, worker, neighbor, citizen, human, and that identity is formed by how you choose to embody these roles with virtue. Not perfection, not performance. Virtue. But here is what most people overlook. You are not limited to one identity, and you are not trapped in yesterday's version of yourself. The Stoics believed identity is fluid, always under construction, always capable of being refined. Nighttime is one of the most powerful moments for this reconstruction. When the conscious mind sleeps, the subconscious reorganizes everything you experienced. It examines your actions, your tone of voice, your impulses, your choices, your reactions. It tries to make sense of who you are becoming. Most people sleep without directing this process, so their identity is formed accidentally, shaped by stress, habit, or unresolved emotions. But the Stoics understood that you can guide this reconstruction. You can feed your subconscious the blueprint of the person you want to be, and during sleep, the mind will build toward it. This process begins with a simple reflection before bed, not on what you did today, but on who you were today. The Stoics did not judge themselves harshly. They examined themselves honestly. They asked, "Did I behave according to the role I aspire to?" Not the role society demands, but the role chosen by their values. Tonight, that question becomes your foundation. As you lie down, you let go of the identity shaped by stress. You loosen the grip of the rushed version of you, the reactive version, the tired version. You recognize that the you who lived the day was influenced by circumstances, fatigue, emotion, pressure, unexpected events. The you who enters sleep, however, has the freedom to choose again. This is the first layer of identity reconstruction, acknowledging that the self you were today is not fixed. The next layer is choosing your roles consciously. The Stoics believed you could select the character you wish to embody: steady parent, fair leader, kind partner, patient friend, disciplined individual, courageous human. These are not fantasies. They are roles you already hold, but perhaps not always with full awareness. Before sleep, you quietly reaffirm the roles that matter to you, not in a self-critical way, but in a grounding way. You offer your subconscious a direction. Your subconscious listens closely in the minutes before sleep. It absorbs tone, intent, and values. When you reflect on the roles you want to fulfill with virtue, not perfection, it stores that intention. During sleep, it begins reorganizing memories around those values. It highlights moments when you aligned with them. It softens the emotional weight of moments when you didn't. It rehearses better responses in symbolic form through dreams. It reshapes your internal narrative. This is who I am choosing to become. Another part of Stoic role ethics is understanding that identity grows from actions, not labels. Instead of saying, "I am a patient person," you plant the seed. "Tomorrow, I will return to patience." This subtle shift prevents resistance. The mind rejects forced identity statements, but it welcomes chosen intentions. As you enter sleep with chosen roles in mind, your subconscious begins preparing the emotional tone needed to support those roles the next day. Identity reconstruction also involves removing identities that no longer serve you. Many people carry roles that were never chosen consciously, roles formed by fear, by childhood expectations, by others' opinions, by old failures. These identities linger in the subconscious and rise at night. The Stoics believed you could release them. Before sleep, you acknowledge quietly, "I am no longer living by that role." This simple statement frees the subconscious from reinforcing outdated narratives. Another layer of this process is forgiveness toward yourself. If you failed in a role today, you do not carry that failure into your identity. You correct the behavior, not the self. The subconscious rebuilds identity based on how you frame the day. If you frame mistakes as failures of character, your identity becomes rigid and self-critical. If you frame mistakes as missteps on the path of your chosen roles, your identity becomes resilient. The Stoics knew that sleep is not for punishment, it is for rebuilding. As the body descends into deeper sleep cycles, the identity work deepens. REM sleep becomes a rehearsal stage. The subconscious plays out scenarios in symbolic form, testing emotional responses, practicing courage, strengthening patience, loosening defensive reflexes. When guided by Stoic role ethics, these dream rehearsals align with your chosen values. The mind subtly rewires itself. You wake up leaning more naturally into the person you are trying to become. The final stage of Stoic identity reconstruction is continuity. When you wake, you do not start from zero. The subconscious has already been shaping the next version of you. You simply step into it. Sleep becomes the bridge between intention and embodiment, a quiet workshop where identity is refined without force. This Stoic practice teaches a profound truth. You are not the same person who fell asleep. You are allowed to evolve. Identity is not fixed. It is shaped. And every night gives you another chance to rebuild yourself from the inside out. Through this ancient method, sleep becomes more than rest. It becomes transformation, guided not by dreams alone, but by the virtues you choose before drifting into the night. There is a deeper layer of transformation that happens beyond the first descent into sleep. Once you enter REM, the stage where memories, emotions, and beliefs reorganize themselves, the mind begins stitching together the meaning of your day. It filters impressions, consolidates learning, shapes tendencies, and strengthens emotional patterns. Most people go through this process unconsciously, letting old habits, unresolved fears, and automatic desires guide their mental rewiring. But the Stoics saw this differently. They believed that the subconscious is not a passive space, it is a forge. And during REM, that forge reshapes your desires, your impulses, and your inner direction. This is where the Stoic practice of aligning subconscious desires with virtue becomes powerful. The Stoics taught that virtue, wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance is the highest expression of human excellence. But they also understood that most desires don't naturally align with virtue. They arise from impulse, fear, habit, social conditioning, or the pursuit of comfort. During the day, you can challenge these desires through conscious reasoning. But during REM, your subconscious decides what to reinforce. If you do nothing, it strengthens whatever emotions burned hottest during the day: stress, envy, anger, insecurity, impulsiveness. If you guide it, however subtly, it begins to rewire your desires towards something steadier. The first part of aligning subconscious desire with virtue is shaping the emotional tone you carry into sleep. The subconscious absorbs emotional direction more easily than logical instruction. If you end your day angry, anxious, or craving validation, REM strengthens these desires. But if you end the day with a calm awareness of what truly matters, inner peace, clarity, kindness, discipline, your subconscious chooses these qualities as its template for consolidation. You are not forcing virtue. You are giving your mind the material it needs to build virtue internally. Another part of this practice is intention setting, not in a mystical sense, but in a psychological one. Stoics believed that desire can be trained. Before sleep, you set a quiet intention aligned with virtue, a desire to be calmer tomorrow, or to be more patient, or to speak with kindness, or to resist impulses that weaken your integrity. This intention should be simple, honest, and without pressure. The subconscious is highly receptive in the minutes before sleep. When you plant a genuine intention, REM treats it like a priority for the next day. It reorganizes emotional responses around it. The Stoics also taught that desires shape character. What you want, you become. If you desire approval, you become dependent. If you desire comfort, you become fragile. If you desire dominance, you become reactive. But if you desire wisdom, courage, and integrity, your actions slowly align with them. REM sleep becomes the internal rehearsal space where these desires take root. During this stage, the brain strengthens neural pathways associated with the emotional patterns you want to prioritize. That is why aligning desire before sleep has such a strong effect on how you feel the next day. Another layer of this practice involves reframing your daily experiences through virtue before bed. If something triggered anger, you remind yourself that you desire calmness more than domination. If something sparked envy, you remind yourself that you desire personal growth more than comparison. If something caused fear, you remind yourself that you desire courage more than avoidance. This reframing does not erase emotion. It simply redirects which emotional pathways REM will strengthen. Without this, the subconscious reinforces whatever dominated your mind during the day. With it, your mind strengthens the qualities you want to embody. Aligning subconscious desires also requires honesty about the desires that weaken you. The Stoics were not afraid to look inward. They examined the impulses that pulled them away from virtue: impatience, resentment, indulgence, avoidance, and acknowledged them without judgment. When you admit these desires before sleep, you stop them from silently shaping your identity. REM treats acknowledged desires differently from hidden ones. Hidden desires are strengthened. Acknowledged desires are softened. This is the beginning of true inner freedom. Another part of this practice is cultivating emotional clarity. REM is strongly influenced by unresolved emotional tension. If you enter sleep confused about what you want, the subconscious reinforces confusion. If you enter sleep with clarity about your values, even if imperfectly, the subconscious reinforces alignment. Clarity doesn't demand perfection. It demands direction. REM sleep is guided by direction more than detail. The Stoics also believed that desire shapes perception. If you desire peace, you notice opportunities for peace. If you desire virtue, you notice choices that lead to growth. During REM, the brain builds filters, mental frames that shape what you notice the next day. By aligning your desires before sleep, you influence these filters. You wake seeing the world through a lens shaped by virtue rather than fear, impulse, or insecurity. The final part of this practice is trust. Trust that the mind can reshape itself without force. Stoics understood that deep change does not come from constant effort. It comes from quiet consistency. You do not need to push virtue onto the subconscious. You simply need to offer it regularly, gently, honestly. Riem does the rest. The mind is naturally self-organizing. It wants coherence. It wants alignment. It wants integrity. When you feed it virtue, it builds toward virtue. Over time, your desires shift. Not because you forced yourself to change, but because your subconscious began wanting what strengthens you rather than what weakens you. You stop desiring chaos. You stop desiring conflict. You stop desiring validation. Instead, you begin wanting calmness. You begin wanting discipline. You begin wanting clarity and truth. You begin wanting inner peace more than temporary comfort. And when desire aligns with virtue, your actions follow easily. The next day feels lighter. Choices feel simpler. Emotions feel steadier. You live closer to the person you always intended to be. This is the quiet power of Stoic alignment during REM, not changing who you are overnight, but teaching your subconscious to desire what makes you whole. There is a certain honesty that only appears at night. When the noise of the world fades and you're left alone with yourself, something inside becomes clearer. Not louder, but clearer. The distractions that blur your values during the day fall away. The pressures that force quick decisions soften. The performances you carry for others dissolve. What remains is a quieter, truer version of you. The Stoics understood this nighttime clarity. They believed the night was the best time to strengthen the moral compass, not through guilt, not through judgment, but through gentle introspection. Nighttime introspection is not a moral audit. It is not a harsh review of your mistakes. It is a conversation with your deeper self, one that happens only when the mind is relaxed enough to listen. The Stoics saw morality not as a rigid list of rules, but as alignment between your actions and your highest values. And they knew that this alignment is built slowly, through honest reflection. The first layer of this practice is acknowledging your choices without defensiveness. During the day, you often justify your behavior, making excuses for your reactions, blaming circumstances, or ignoring moments of weakness. But at night, when the ego is tired and your emotional guard is down, you can see your actions more neutrally. This neutrality is essential. The Stoics believed that morality becomes stronger when it is grounded in truth, not shame. Shame distorts. Honesty clarifies. As you settle into bed, you quietly review your day, not to punish yourself, but to understand your moral trajectory. You ask yourself, not with harshness, but with curiosity, did I act in a way that matches the person I want to be? This question turns morality from an abstract ideal into a lived experience. You begin to see where you drifted from your values and where you stayed aligned. The mind responds to this gentle clarity by adjusting your internal compass. Another part of nighttime introspection is recognizing the motivations behind your choices. Stoics believe that morality isn't about perfection, it's about intention. You look at moments of impatience or dishonesty or avoidance, not to condemn yourself, but to understand what drove them. Was it fear? Was it insecurity? Was it stress? When you identify the root, the behavior loses its power. The subconscious stops storing it as a part of your identity and instead stores it as something you can change. This introspection also strengthens moral courage. Many people know what they value but struggle to act on it when it matters. The Stoics believed that courage is trained when you replay your choices at night with honesty. You revisit moments where you stayed silent but wish you'd spoken up. Moments where you acted impulsively but wish you'd paused. Moments where you chose comfort instead of integrity. You do not shame yourself for these moments. You simply acknowledge them. This acknowledgement creates an inner readiness. It primes the subconscious to act differently next time. Nighttime introspection serves another purpose: extracting lessons from discomfort. When something weighs on you at night, a conversation that bothered you, a decision that didn't feel right, a reaction you regret, that discomfort is not punishment. It is guidance. The Stoics saw discomfort as a teacher, pointing directly at the places where growth is needed. Instead of pushing it away, they listened. They asked, "What value did I betray?" Or, "What virtue was I neglecting here?" The subconscious processes this question during sleep, strengthening the moral pathways that guide your behavior. Another key part of this practice is separating actions from identity. The Stoics believed that moral failure does not make you a failed person. It makes you a person capable of improvement. When you reflect without labeling yourself, when you say, "That action was unaligned with my values," instead of "I am unaligned," you strengthen your moral compass instead of breaking it. You teach your mind that values are goals you can return to, not standards you fall from. Nighttime introspection also cultivates humility. In the silence of the evening, you see your flaws clearly, but without fear. You realize you are capable of more kindness, more patience, more courage. This humility doesn't weaken you, it strengthens you. It softens the ego and opens the heart. Humility is the soil in which moral growth takes root. Another layer of this practice is reinforcing the virtues you did embody during the day. Many people focus only on mistakes, forgetting that their day was filled with small acts of integrity, moments where they were honest, patient, fair, or compassionate. When you acknowledge these moments, you feed your subconscious proof that you are already moving toward virtue. This positive reinforcement builds moral confidence. It tells the mind, "You can choose this again." The final part of nighttime introspection is setting a quiet intention for tomorrow. Not a demand, not a promise, but a direction. Something as simple as, "Tomorrow I will be more patient," or "Tomorrow I will listen more carefully," or "Tomorrow I will act from courage, not fear." When you plant this intention before sleep, REM consolidates it, the mind rehearses it, the subconscious prepares for it. You wake with a moral compass slightly more aligned than the day before. This is how the Stoics strengthened their ethics, not through force, but through reflection, not through self-criticism, but through clarity, not through perfection, but through consistency. Nighttime introspection becomes a quiet, moral workshop, a place where you understand yourself without fear, a place where your values become more than ideas. They become internal direction, and over time, your moral compass stops wobbling. It points steadily toward the person you are becoming, guided by the silence and honesty of the night. There is a moment before sleep when the mind clings hardest to its fears. Fear of being misunderstood, fear of failing, fear of losing control, fear of not being enough. These fears tighten the ego. They make small problems feel like threats, and ordinary challenges feel like catastrophes. The Stoics knew that fear and ego are the two forces that disturb the mind most at night. They also knew that if you dissolve these forces, even briefly, you enter sleep with a freedom that transforms both your rest and your waking life. For this, they used one of their most powerful practices, the deathbed exercise. This exercise is not morbid. It is liberating. It is a mental lens that shrinks fear down to its actual size and melts the ego that exaggerates everything. The Stoics used it to reset their priorities, purify their emotions, and strip away everything that blocked peace. And when practiced before sleep, its effects are profound. The exercise begins with a simple shift in perspective. If tonight were the last night of your life, what would still matter? This question cuts through ego instantly. Suddenly, the arguments you replay lose their meaning. The small mistakes that feel enormous fall away. The insecurities you carried all day dissolve. The expectations, the comparisons, the grudges, they all become weightless. Fear cannot survive in the presence of perspective. Ego cannot survive when confronted with what truly matters. The Stoics used this exercise not to provoke dread, but to bring the mind back to truth. They understood that most of the suffering you carry at night comes from illusions. Illusions of permanence, illusions of control, illusions of importance. When you look at your day through the lens of finality, illusions fall apart. What remains is what is real. The next part of the exercise is acceptance. If this were your final evening, you would stop fighting the day. You would stop trying to win arguments in your head. You would stop replaying mistakes. You would stop worrying about tomorrow's tasks. Acceptance arrives naturally. It becomes effortless. The mind loosens its grip because it understands that none of these things deserve your inner peace. This acceptance is not resignation, it is clarity. It is the removal of unnecessary tension. It is the recognition that most of what disturbs you is temporary, and most of what you fear will never happen. The deathbed perspective reveals that inner peace is always available. You just forget where to look. Another layer of the practice is gratitude, not forced gratitude, but a soft realization of the moments that truly held meaning today. If this were your last night, you would remember the kindness someone showed you. You would remember the small laugh you shared. You would remember the quiet moments of simplicity. Gratitude expands naturally when ego shrinks. It becomes easy to see the beauty you missed while rushing through the day. This gratitude acts like a balm. It softens the emotional edges of your mind. It shifts your subconscious from fear to appreciation. And because the subconscious will continue processing this emotional tone during sleep, the night becomes healing instead of anxious. The exercise also helps dissolve the fear of imperfection. When viewed from a deathbed perspective, your mistakes no longer define you. They become trivial. You see that your life was never measured by flawless action, but by genuine intention. This reframing removes the weight of self-judgment that keeps many people awake at night. The Stoics believed that fear of imperfection is one of the greatest thieves of peace. This exercise neutralizes it. Another crucial part of the deathbed exercise is letting go of control. When you imagine the end of your life, you clearly see the limits of your influence. You cannot control how others think of you. You cannot control the past. You cannot control outcomes. This realization is profoundly freeing. It pulls you out of the future, out of the past, and back into the present moment, the only place where peace exists. Letting go calms the body. Muscles relax. Breath deepens. The nervous system shifts from tension to openness. Sleep becomes easier because the mind is no longer trying to hold the world together. The final piece of this exercise is intention. If this were your last night, you would ask yourself, not with fear, but with clarity, how do I want to be remembered? The answer is never about accomplishments, status, or image. It is always about character, about kindness, about courage, about love, about sincerity. These answers reveal what matters most to you beneath all the noise. And when you identify these qualities before sleep, the subconscious strengthens them during the night. The deathbed exercise strips away everything false. It leaves only what is real. It quiets fear by exposing its smallness. It dissolves ego by revealing its illusions. And in the silence that follows, something powerful happens. Your mind becomes light. Your heart becomes open. Your thoughts become soft. You drift into sleep not as someone burdened, but as someone free. This Stoic practice does not prepare you for death. It prepares you for life, by returning you to what matters before you close your eyes each night. There is a moment each night, often just as you start to drift, when regret slips through the cracks. A memory appears, sharp, inconvenient, uninvited, something you said, something you didn't say, a chance you missed, a reaction you wish you could take back. Regret is the mind's way of telling you there is something unresolved, something still shaping you from beneath the surface. Most people either run from regret or drown in it. The Stoics did neither. They practiced something far more powerful, the reverse view, a kind of retrospective thinking that transforms regret from emotional weight into clear wisdom. This practice is not about reliving pain. It's about extracting meaning from it, so your subconscious can reorganize the memory during sleep in a way that strengthens you rather than punishes you. Retrospective thinking starts with courage, the courage to look at the past without flinching. Regret grows in the dark when memories are avoided or hidden. But when you face a regret with calm awareness, the emotional charge begins to soften. Stoics understood that regret is rarely about the event itself. It's about the story you attach to it. The reverse view changes the story. The first part of this practice is stepping outside the memory. Instead of reliving it from inside your own eyes, you view it as if you are watching it from a distance, like watching two actors in a scene. This shift immediately reduces emotional heat. You are no longer inside the regret, you are observing it. Observation is the beginning of wisdom. It creates space between you and the feeling, and in that space, clarity grows. Once you've created that distance, the Stoic reverse view asks you to explore the memory from multiple angles, not to confuse yourself, but to reveal truths you could not see in the moment. You ask quietly, what was I feeling then? What pressure was I under? What did I not understand yet? What options did I believe I had? Suddenly the memory becomes less like a moral failure and more like a snapshot of who you were at that time, someone doing their best with the understanding they had. This realization dissolves shame. Regret softens into insight. The Stoics believed that each regret contains a hidden instruction, a lesson, a principle, a shift. But the lesson cannot be seen when you're stuck in emotional self-judgment. Retrospective thinking gently lifts the emotion out of the memory, leaving room for understanding. The question becomes, what does this experience want to teach me? Wisdom emerges not from reliving pain, but from extracting patterns. Maybe the regret teaches you to speak sooner next time, or to pause before reacting, or to listen more closely, or to walk away sooner, or to trust yourself more. When you identify the lesson, the memory stops harming you. It starts guiding you. Another part of this Stoic practice is reassigning responsibility, not in a way that blames others, but in a way that recognizes the truth. Regret often exaggerates your role. You take responsibility for things that were never fully in your control. Someone else's mood, someone else's reaction, someone else's choices. The reverse view reminds you that others also played a part, that circumstances shaped the moment, that you could not have predicted every outcome. This softens the edges of regret and brings emotional fairness back into the story. The Stoics also used retrospective thinking to update their identity. A regret is not a failure of character. It is evidence that your character has grown. You regret actions only when your current values no longer align with your past behavior. That means regret is a sign of evolution, not brokenness. When you view the memory through this lens, the subconscious begins consolidating the experience as growth rather than self-doubt. This reinterpretation has a powerful effect during sleep. Instead of replaying the regret as a wound, the subconscious files it as wisdom. Instead of reinforcing shame, it reinforces maturity. Instead of magnifying fear, it magnifies understanding. REM becomes the stage where your past mistakes are transformed into future guidance. Another element of the Stoic reverse view is forgiveness, not the dramatic kind, but the quiet kind, the forgiveness that says, "I was learning. I didn't know then what I know now." This simple truth releases the subconscious from its cycle of self-punishment. You cannot change the past, but you can change the meaning you assign to it. When you do, the mind releases its emotional grip. Finally, retrospective thinking ends with integration. You ask yourself, how will this wisdom change the way I live tomorrow? Not in a forced way, not through guilt, but through direction. Once the lesson is named, the subconscious begins shaping new behavioral patterns that reflect it. You wake with a different instinct, a quieter mind, and a sense that the past no longer has a hold on you. This is how the Stoics transmuted regret into wisdom, not by burying their mistakes or drowning in them, but by shining the clear light of understanding onto them. Nighttime becomes not a place where regret torments you, but where wisdom quietly forms. You go to sleep lighter. You wake up more aligned. Regret becomes not a chain, but a stepping stone, not a wound, but a map, not something that holds you back, but something that teaches you how to move forward with clarity and strength. There comes a moment at night when the mind stands at a crossroads, one path filled with resistance, the other with release. Most people unknowingly choose the first. They lie in bed fighting the day, arguing with memories, trying to control what hasn't happened yet, clinging to outcomes they cannot influence. The mind becomes a closed fist, tightening itself into exhaustion. This is why sleep feels impossible. This is why peace feels distant. The Stoics offered a different path, structured surrender, a conscious, intentional letting go of what lies outside your control as you fall asleep. Not passive surrender, not hopeless surrender, structured surrender, a deliberate acceptance that frees your mind from the weight it cannot carry. This principle rests on a simple but transformative truth. Most of what keeps you awake has nothing to do with the present moment. It is memory, it is anticipation, it is fear, it is imagination, it is your mind trying to rewrite the past or pre-solve the future. The Stoics understood that peace is impossible when your mind tries to dominate what is not yours to command. So they practiced a nightly ritual of acceptance, not giving up, but letting go of the impossible. Structured surrender begins with identifying the weight you're still holding. As you settle into bed, you notice the thoughts tugging at you. a conversation that didn't go well, a decision you're unsure about, something left undone, something that might go wrong tomorrow. Instead of wrestling these thoughts into silence, you simply acknowledge them. You give them names. The mind calms when it feels seen. It becomes less reactive when you stop pretending you are fine. The next step is separation, distinguishing between what belongs to you and what does not. The Stoics believe this distinction is the foundation of emotional freedom. Ask yourself gently, is this within my control? Most of the fragments that disturb your peace fall into the category of no. Other people's feelings, the outcomes of your efforts, unpredictable events, the movement of time, the reactions of the world. When you identify these, the mind begins loosening its grip on them naturally. You remind yourself that control is not a right. It is a responsibility for only a small part of your life. Structure comes from clarity. Surrender comes from acceptance. The third layer of structured surrender is releasing the illusion that thinking harder will change anything outside your sphere of influence. The mind believes that constant rumination equals preparation. But the Stoics knew the opposite was true. Rumination amplifies anxiety. It creates tension without progress. Structured surrender interrupts this cycle by gently telling the mind, "This does not belong to my effort right now." This simple line is powerful because it respects the mind instead of fighting it. You are not telling your thoughts to disappear. You are showing them where to rest. Another part of this practice is understanding that acceptance is not approval. Accepting something you cannot change does not mean you agree with it or feel good about it. It means you stop expending emotional energy pretending you have the power to rearrange reality. The Stoics believed that acceptance opens the door to clarity, while resistance creates confusion. When you stop resisting, you free the mind to focus on what truly matters. Structured surrender also involves redirecting your attention from outcomes to presence. Outcomes belong to fate, to nature, to the unfolding of events beyond your reach. Presence belongs to you. You feel your body sinking into the bed. You sense the breath slowing. You notice the softness of the night. In presence, the mind stops grasping. It stops tightening. It stops clinging to tomorrow. Sleep can only enter through presence, never through force. Another layer of this practice is emotional humility. You admit that you do not control life, only your response to it. This humility is not weakness, it is strength. It dissolves fear. It calms the ego. It releases the internal tension created by the belief that everything depends on you. When humility replaces control, the nervous system shifts from vigilance to safety, one of the core conditions for falling asleep. Structured surrender also allows you to release internal deadlines, the belief that you must fix everything now, understand everything now, be perfect now. The Stoics believed that urgency is often a form of self-inflicted suffering. At night, urgency becomes poison. Surrender removes the deadlines. It tells the mind that nothing needs to be solved before sleep, that the world will continue turning without your constant monitoring. The final stage of structured surrender is trust. Not blind trust in the world, but trust in yourself. Trust that you will handle tomorrow when tomorrow arrives. Trust that you have the strength you need when the moment comes. Trust that the challenges ahead are within your capacity. Trust that life unfolds one step at a time, not all at once. When you trust your future self, the present self can rest. As these layers settle, the mind becomes quiet. not because it was forced into silence, but because it finally understands what does and does not belong to it. The fist unclenches, the tension drains, the breath deepens. Sleep arrives not as escape, but as relief. The relief of no longer fighting what cannot be changed. This is the Stoic principle of structured surrender. A nightly release, a mental unburdening, a return to what is real. You fall asleep lighter because you have stopped carrying the world. There is a special clarity that appears only at the end of the day, a softness in the mind when the noise wears off, when the ego quiets, when your defenses loosen. It's a moment where you can finally see yourself without distortion. The Stoics treated this moment with immense respect. They believed that the hours before sleep were not meant for punishment nor for worry, but for something far more constructive. Evening atonement. A disciplined, honest review of your actions with the purpose of correcting mental errors, not condemning yourself. Atonement, in the Stoic sense, is not about guilt. It is about alignment. It is the practice of noticing where you drifted from your principles and calmly steering yourself back. The Stoics understood that the mind cannot grow if it refuses to look at itself. But it also cannot grow if self-examination becomes self-attack. Evening atonement strikes the middle ground, clear-eyed reflection supported by compassion. The practice begins with a gentle return to the day, not the day's events, but your part in them. You aren't looking at the world. You're looking at your inner responses, your tone, your impulses, your choices, your reactions. The goal is not to judge yourself, but to understand yourself. You ask quietly, where did I act out of alignment with who I want to be? This question is not a dagger, it is a compass. It helps the mind identify drift, moments of impatience, moments where fear guided your behavior, moments where you reacted instead of choosing. The key is honesty without drama. The Stoics believed that emotional exaggeration is a barrier to growth. If you inflate your mistakes, you drown in shame. If you minimize them, you avoid responsibility. But if you see them clearly as simple missteps, you can correct the course without bruising the self. The next step in evening atonement is identifying the mental error beneath each choice. Because every unhelpful action begins with a mistaken belief. You snapped because you believed someone disrespected you. You avoided a conversation because you believed conflict would break you. You hesitated to speak your truth because you believed your worth depended on approval. The Stoics didn't try to change the action first. They changed the belief behind the action. When you name the false thought that guided your behavior, the emotional grip loosens. The mind learns the pattern. This is where growth happens. Evening atonement also involves acknowledging what you did well. The Stoics were not blind to their own successes. They believed that recognizing moments of wisdom reinforces them. When you say, "I handled that gently," or "I was patient today," your subconscious stores it. It becomes part of your identity. Atonement is not only about correction, it is about reinforcement. You strengthen what is good by acknowledging it. Another crucial part of the practice is course correction. Once you've seen the mistake, once you've identified the faulty belief beneath it, you quietly decide how you will respond differently next time. Not as punishment, not as pressure, as preparation. What would a wiser version of me do in the same situation tomorrow? This question rewires the brain. It gives the subconscious a template. During sleep, REM consolidation absorbs this blueprint and rehearses it in symbolic form. You wake up already leaning toward the improved behavior, as if an invisible shift has taken place.
That is the magic of nighttime atonement. It's not about fixing the past, it's about preparing the future.
Another layer of this discipline is emotional neutrality. The Stoics refused to carry emotional residue into sleep. If a memory still stings, they acknowledged the sting, understood its cause, and then released it. They didn't deny emotions, they purified them. Evening atonement acts as a mental cleansing. Regret becomes understanding. Anger becomes insight. Fear becomes information. When the emotion is understood, it no longer needs to follow you into the night. The Stoics also practiced self-forgiveness during atonement. They knew that growth requires kindness. You cannot correct a mistake while punishing yourself for it. Punishment freezes progress. Forgiveness allows improvement. At the end of each review, they reminded themselves, I am learning. I can do better tomorrow. This created psychological safety, and safety is what allows the mind to evolve. The final step of atonement is closure. Once reflection is complete, the Stoics intentionally ended the process. They sealed the day. They refused to revisit their mistakes after understanding them. The mind cannot rest if the door to the day remains open. Atonement closes that door. You end the review with a quiet inner statement, something like, "The day is finished. I release it." This tells the subconscious it no longer needs to process the day through dreams. It no longer needs to churn, analyze, or warn. The work has been done consciously. The night can now be used for restoration instead of rumination. Evening atonement is not about perfection. It is about precision. Not about guilt. It is about growth. Not about dwelling. It is about directing. Through this nightly discipline, you shape your character gently but consistently. You teach your mind to see with clarity. You teach your heart to soften with compassion. And you teach your life to align with your highest values, one quiet night at a time. There is a certain heaviness the mind collects throughout the day, little frustrations, quiet disappointments, unspoken worries, pointless comparisons, and small emotional bruises that never got processed. They settle in the corners of your mind like dust. By nightfall, that dust becomes clutter. It fills your inner space, narrows your perspective, and makes even simple thoughts feel overwhelming. The Stoics understood this accumulation deeply, and they used one of their boldest, simplest tools to clear it away each night: memento mori, the reminder of life's impermanence. But at night, this reminder becomes something different. It becomes psychological decluttering. Nightly memento mori is not about fear. It is not about dwelling on death. It is about zooming out so far that everything unnecessary falls away. It clears the mind with a single shift in perspective. The practice begins with a quiet acknowledgement. One day, none of this will remain, and because of that, I do not need to carry everything tonight. This awareness is not meant to sadden you, it is meant to liberate you. When you remember that life is temporary, petty worries lose their power. The things that felt heavy become small. The things that felt urgent become irrelevant. The thoughts that once felt permanent shrink into passing moments. The mind unclenches because it recognizes that most of what it's holding does not deserve to take up space in a life this fragile, this brief, this precious. The Stoics used memento mori as a filter. Before sleep, it removed everything that didn't matter. All the noise, all the drama, all the clutter created by ego and fear. The first layer of decluttering happens instantly. Small irritations dissolve. You stop replaying someone's tone of voice. You stop obsessing over a minor mistake. You stop mentally defending yourself against invisible critics. These are the first things to fall away when you view the day through the lens of impermanence. They were never meaningful. They were simply loud. The next layer of decluttering involves releasing emotional debris. When you remember the brevity of life, your heart naturally softens. The anger you felt earlier loses its fire. The resentment you were holding on to feels pointless. The envy that tried to take root becomes absurd. Memento mori resets the emotional scale. It puts your life into proportion. It shows you what actually matters and what never did. From this place, forgiveness becomes easier. Not because the other person deserves it, but because you deserve peace. Nightly memento mori removes the illusion that holding on to pain protects you. It shows you that holding on to pain only steals from the limited nights you have on this earth. The mind releases because it finally understands the cost of clinging. Another part of memento mori is recognizing how many of your worries are based on imagined futures. When you reflect on impermanence, those worries lose their grip. You see that you cannot live a future that isn't promised. You cannot suffer over outcomes that may never arrive. The mind becomes anchored in the present moment because the present is the only place where life actually exists. This dissolves the anxiety loops that keep so many people awake at night. The Stoics also used memento mori to sharpen gratitude. When you acknowledge your impermanence, simple things become extraordinary. The warmth of the bed, the quiet of the night, the steady rhythm of your breath. Gratitude clears the mind because it shifts your focus from what is missing to what is already here. The clutter of longing, dissatisfaction, and comparison fades. What remains is openness. Another powerful effect of nightly memento mori is identity decluttering. Throughout the day, you carry roles: worker, parent, partner, achiever, problem solver, protector. These roles create pressure, expectations, and self-demands. But when you reflect on the temporary nature of life, the ego that clings to these identities loosens. You see that none of these roles define you fully. They are temporary, just like everything else. This loosening frees the subconscious. It stops analyzing your performance. It stops grading your worth. It stops dragging identities into sleep that were never meant to be permanent. The final layer is serenity, a quiet acceptance that life is unfolding and you are simply here to live it, not to perfect it, not to control it, not to carry it all. Nightly memento mori softens the belief that you must fix every problem before resting. When you remember the brevity of life, you see the absurdity in refusing yourself peace tonight. This practice creates room for calm, room for clarity, room for dreams that heal instead of harm. Nightly memento mori does not take anything from you. It gives you back the space your mind needs to rest. It clears out the emotional clutter, the mental debris, the imaginary burdens. It leaves you with only what matters: presence, gratitude, peace. And in that emptiness, the mind finally breathes, and sleep finally enters with ease. There is a point in the night, after the mind has released the noise, after the emotions have softened, after perspective has widened, when the subconscious becomes unusually open. The barriers are down. The inner world grows quiet. The deeper layers of the mind begin their silent work. This is the moment the Stoics valued more than most people realize. Because in this quiet, receptive state, The subconscious is not just resting, it is learning. It is reorganizing. It is imprinting patterns that will guide your actions tomorrow without effort. This is where the Stoic practice of anchoring virtues into automatic behaviors begins. The Stoics believed that true virtue is not a performance. It is not something you force. It is not something you remember only when life is calm. Virtue is meant to live in your reflexes, how you speak without thinking, how you react under pressure, how you treat others in moments when you are tired or stretched thin. And they understood that these reflexes are shaped by the subconscious, not the conscious mind. What you practice in moments of quiet becomes who you are in moments of chaos. Nighttime offers the most fertile soil for this transformation. Anchoring a virtue begins with choosing a single quality you want to embody, not in grand gestures, but in small, everyday actions. Calmness, patience, courage, generosity, honesty, presence. The Stoics saw virtues as practical strengths, not abstract ideals. If you try to anchor too many at once, the subconscious treats them as noise. But when you choose one and reinforce it gently, the mind begins to weave that virtue into the structure of your impulses. The process starts before sleep, when your thoughts are slower and quieter. You reflect on the virtue you wish to strengthen, not by judging where you failed, but by remembering where you aligned with it. If you want to cultivate patience, you revisit the moment you held your tongue instead of reacting. If you want to strengthen courage, you recall the moment you took a small step into discomfort. These memories are seeds. The subconscious treats them as evidence. Evidence becomes identity. And when you fall asleep with these memories in mind, REM, consolidation, strengthens the emotional pathways connected to those small acts. Your mind begins storing these behaviors as natural, not effortful. Over time, the subconscious starts offering these reactions automatically. This is how virtues become reflexes. Another part of anchoring involves emotional association. The subconscious learns largely through emotion, not logic. When you tie a virtue to a feeling, peace, relief, pride, sincerity, it becomes easier for the subconscious to adopt it. For example, if acting with honesty brought you a sense of inner calm today, your mind stores honesty as a pathway to peace. During sleep, that connection deepens. Tomorrow, in a moment when honesty feels uncomfortable, the subconscious will remember the calm associated with it and guide you toward it. This is the quiet shaping of character. The Stoics also used visualization, not dramatic fantasy, but subtle rehearsal. Before sleep, they spent a few breaths imagining how they would act in a challenge, how they would respond with patience, how they would speak with calm, how they would behave with integrity. They did not imagine perfect scenarios. They imagined real, small moments, a conversation, a decision, a reaction. The subconscious watches these mental rehearsals and treats them like actual practice. And during REM, it strengthens the neural pathways associated with those imagined behaviors. Dreams become part of this process as well. The subconscious often uses symbolic scenarios to test emotional responses. If you anchored a virtue before sleep, the mind may rehearse it symbolically during dreams. A stressful dream becomes a stage for courage. A confusing dream becomes training for patience. A social dream becomes practice for kindness. These rehearsals are not random. They are directed by the emotional tone you fall asleep with. Another layer of this practice is identity shifting. The Stoics believed that you become what you repeatedly tell yourself you are becoming, not through forced affirmations, but through quiet truths. Before sleep, you might say, I am learning patience. I am strengthening my courage. I am becoming more grounded. These statements are gentle enough that the subconscious does not reject them. They are framed as growth, not perfection. The mind accepts them and begins reshaping your self-image accordingly. Identity is one of the strongest drivers of automatic behavior. When the subconscious believes you are becoming patient, your reactions shift naturally to match that identity. Anchoring also involves removing barriers. If there is a belief that blocks a virtue, I'm not a calm person. I always lose control. I can't change. Nighttime is the place to release it. You do not fight these beliefs. You simply acknowledge their origin. They came from past experiences, not from truth. When you stop identifying with them, they lose power. And with less resistance, virtues anchor more easily. The final part of this practice is consistency. Anchoring doesn't require intensity. It requires repetition, small, nightly reminders, small, real-life applications, small acknowledgements of progress. The subconscious learns through rhythm. The virtue becomes a part of your inner architecture, something you express without thinking. You wake up one morning and realize you didn't react the way you used to. You didn't snap. You didn't hide. You didn't avoid. You didn't spiral. You simply responded with the virtue you seeded in the quiet of the night. This is how Stoics shaped their character. Not through force, not through guilt, but through gentle, nightly conditioning that taught the subconscious to crave what is wise and release what is harmful. Virtue becomes effortless when the mind learns to choose it before you even open your eyes. There is a moment at night, after the body has softened, after the thoughts have slowed, after the day has fallen away, when your inner world becomes fluid. Identity loosens, boundaries soften, possibility opens. This is the moment the Stoics quietly valued, because the subconscious becomes receptive, impressionable, and deeply creative. It is the doorway through which you can meet a wiser version of yourself and let that version shape who you become by morning. This is the future sage visualization, a Stoic-inspired practice of becoming your highest self while you sleep. The Stoics never saw wisdom as something reserved for the old or the enlightened. They saw it as a direction, a version of you that already exists in potential, quietly waiting for you to step toward it. A version shaped by clarity, patience, courage, discipline, compassion, and inner steadiness. This version isn't imaginary. It is the person you are capable of being when fear loosens and virtue leads. The goal of this visualization is not to dream of perfection. It is to create a relationship with the person you are becoming. The process begins with soft awareness. As you settle into bed, you let go of today's identity, the rushed version of you, the reactive version, the tired version. You acknowledge that who you were today is not fixed. It was simply today's expression, shaped by circumstances. This simple acknowledgement opens the space for transformation. When you no longer cling to the self of the day, the door to your future self opens. Next comes the gentle forming of the future sage. Not a detailed fantasy, not an idealized hero, a feeling, a presence, a quiet sense of the person you would be if your highest qualities were leading you. You picture, not with effort, but with softness, the way this wiser version of you carries themselves, how they breathe, how they speak, how they respond when challenged, how they treat others, how they treat themselves. There is no pressure to get it right.
You are not creating something. You are discovering something. The subconscious already knows this future version. You are simply inviting it forward. As this presence becomes clear, something powerful happens. Your emotional state shifts. You begin to feel the calm of this version of you, the groundedness, the maturity, the steadiness that does not rise and fall with external events. You are not imagining a character. You are borrowing an emotional template. And the subconscious records emotional templates far more deeply than logical ones. This is where the transformation truly begins. You then allow this future sage to guide you, not through conversation or instructions, but through resonance. You ask quietly within yourself, how would this version of me live tomorrow? How would they handle the challenges ahead? How would they show up in the world? The answers do not come as detailed plans. They come as subtle shifts, a clearer posture, a calmer heartbeat, a more open breath, a softer inner voice. Your body begins to mirror the future identity even before sleep arrives. The subconscious is already activating new patterns. The next step is merging. You allow this wiser version of you to come closer, not as something separate, but as something familiar. You feel their steadiness blending into you, their clarity aligning with your own thoughts, their emotional balance settling into your nervous system. The subconscious responds with remarkable openness because nighttime is when identity becomes malleable. You are teaching it a new shape, not by force, but by presence. This visualization is not about becoming someone else. It is about removing everything that blocks you from being who you truly are. As you drift towards sleep, you hold a single sense, not a picture, not a phrase, just a feeling of the future sage in you, a quiet confidence, a deep-rooted calm, a trust in your own resilience, a gentleness that is not weakness, and a strength that is not harshness. The subconscious takes this feeling and carries it into REM. During this stage, it begins weaving new emotional habits, new thought patterns, new behavioral tendencies based on this wisdom-infused template. Your dreams may reflect this transformation. You may find yourself responding differently in dream scenarios, more boldly, more patiently, more compassionately. This is not random. It is rehearsal. The subconscious is practicing the identity you offered it. And because REM sleep consolidates emotional and behavioral patterns, the shifts that occur here seep quietly into your waking mind. By morning, you feel subtly different. Not dramatically transformed, but recalibrated, mentally aligned, emotionally steadier. You wake with a sense that something inside has strengthened, not through effort, but through quiet alignment with your future self. Over time, this nightly practice reshapes your identity. You stop reacting from old wounds and start acting from deeper wisdom. You stop living from fear and start living from clarity. You stop repeating patterns and begin creating new ones.
This is the secret the Stoics understood. Your future self is not waiting for you in the distance. They are built inside you, night by night, thought by thought, value by value, dream by dream.
Through the future sage visualization, you become a co-creator of your own evolution. You shape your character while the world sleeps. You rise each morning a little wiser, a little stronger, a little more yourself. One night at a time. There is a strange truth about comfort. The more you chase it, the less peaceful you become. A soft bed, a warm room, a familiar routine, these things help the body, yes, but they often do nothing for the restless mind. In fact, The more we structure our lives to avoid any form of discomfort, the more fragile our inner world becomes. The Stoics understood this deeply. They knew that true rest does not come from perfect conditions. It comes from a resilient mind, one that does not panic when things feel slightly off, slightly inconvenient, or slightly unpredictable. This is why the Stoics practiced something counterintuitive, yet profoundly effective. Voluntary discomfort. Not suffering, not punishment, not self-harm. A small, deliberate exposure to mild discomfort that strengthens the mind's adaptability, so when the night brings its natural unpredictabilities, you don't fall apart. This practice has a direct effect on sleep because much of nighttime anxiety comes from resistance. Resistance to feeling slightly too warm, slightly too cold, slightly restless, slightly awake, slightly uncomfortable. When the mind expects perfect conditions, anything less becomes a problem. And problems activate stress, and stress disrupts sleep. Voluntary discomfort unhooks this entire pattern. It begins with choosing minor challenges during the day, not dramatic, not heroic, simply slightly uncomfortable things. Taking a colder shower than usual, sitting without your phone for a few minutes, walking without headphones, eating a simpler meal, delaying a craving, letting yourself feel a moment of boredom without escaping into stimulation. Each of these small acts strengthens a quiet part of your mind, the part that whispers, "I can handle this." The subconscious stores these moments. And later, when you cannot fall asleep instantly, or when your mind resists the stillness of night, that same whisper returns. The mind becomes less reactive, less threatened by discomfort, less panicked by imperfection. This is the essence of the practice, teaching your nervous system that discomfort is not danger. The Stoics believed that discomfort reveals your true relationship with yourself. When you deliberately choose small inconveniences, you gain control over the inner voice that usually controls you. You learn to separate "I am uncomfortable" from "I am unsafe." This separation is crucial for sleep, because so much nighttime restlessness is misinterpreted by the body as threat, when it's really nothing more than harmless discomfort. Another part of voluntary discomfort is humility. When you choose discomfort intentionally, you become less entitled to constant ease. You stop assuming everything should feel perfect. This humility loosens the ego that demands ideal conditions. And when ego loosens, sleep no longer depends on everything going exactly right. You become flexible, adaptable, calm in the face of small disturbances. This practice also reduces the fear of sensation. Many people lie awake panicking about the feeling of wakefulness, the feeling of restlessness, the sensation of their own heartbeat, or the heaviness in their chest. These sensations are harmless, but because they are unfamiliar, the mind interprets them as danger. Voluntary discomfort breaks that association. The mind learns that sensations, even unpleasant ones, are simply sensations. Nothing more. The Stoics also used discomfort to strengthen discipline. When you choose slightly challenging actions during the day, you build the mental muscle needed to stay calm when the night tests you. You stop catastrophizing. You stop spiraling. You stop trying to control every moment. Sleep, ironically, comes easier when you stop demanding it. Discomfort teaches you not to cling to control. Another subtle benefit of voluntary discomfort is contrast. When you occasionally experience small challenges, ordinary comfort feels more comforting. A warm bed feels warmer. A soft blanket feels softer. A quiet night feels more soothing. Comfort becomes a gift, not an expectation. This gratitude shifts the emotional tone of your night. A grateful mind sleeps more deeply than an entitled one. The final layer of this practice is psychological resilience. The Stoics understood that resilience is built in small doses, not through dramatic hardship. When you practice voluntary discomfort daily, the mind becomes less reactive overall. Stress triggers become weaker. Anxiety loops become shorter. The body enters parasympathetic states more easily because discomfort no longer activates the alarm system. And when bedtime arrives, you approach sleep differently. Not with desperation, not with tension, not with fear. You approach it with flexibility, ready for whatever the night brings. Maybe sleep comes quickly, maybe slowly. Maybe you wake up briefly, maybe you don't. Maybe your body feels restless, maybe it feels calm. But none of it becomes a crisis. None of it becomes a spiral. None of it becomes a story. You simply let the night unfold because your mind has practiced letting things be imperfect. This is why voluntary discomfort improves sleep, not by making your life harder, but by making your mind stronger. When the mind stops panicking at the slightest inconvenience, sleep becomes natural again. The night becomes a place of surrender instead of struggle. And the simple truth the Stoics lived by becomes clear. A mind that can handle discomfort is a mind that can finally rest. There is a strange pattern the mind falls into at night. The harder you try to control your thoughts, your emotions, your fears, or even your sleep, the more they slip away from you. The more you tighten your grip, the more restless you feel. The more you insist on calmness, the louder the mind becomes. This is the paradox that Chrysippus, one of the great early Stoics, understood deeply. You gain control only after you stop trying to force it. This is the essence of his mental reset paradox. Detach, and only then does the mind return to you. At night, this paradox becomes especially powerful because the subconscious responds poorly to pressure. When you try to command your mind into silence, it treats your effort as a threat. When you try to force peace, you create tension. When you try to think your way into calmness, your thoughts multiply. Chrysippus saw this centuries before neuroscience could explain it. The mind is not tamed by control. It is tamed by release. The paradox begins with recognizing the difference between direction and domination. Most people attempt domination. I need to sleep now. I must stop thinking. I can't feel this way. These demands activate the same internal alarm system that keeps you awake. Chrysippus offered the opposite approach. Step back. Loosen your grip. Stop trying to fix your thoughts. The moment you stop forcing the mind to behave, it stops resisting you. The mind was never the enemy, your struggle with it was. This detachment is not numbness, it is not apathy. It is a shift in posture. You move from "I must control this" to "I don't need to." From "I must calm down" to "I can allow what is." From "I must stop thinking" to "thoughts can come and go." As soon as the pressure dissolves, the mind begins to reorganize itself naturally. The first layer of this paradox is allowing your thoughts to exist without interference. Chrysippus taught that thoughts are not commands, they are appearances. They pass through the mind the way shadows pass over water. It is your reaction that gives them power. Detachment means saying quietly, "Let the thought be here." You neither fight it nor follow it. You neither analyze it nor suppress it. You let it rise and fall on its own. And because you stop gripping it, the thought naturally loses energy. The mind resets itself simply because you stopped pushing. Another part of this paradox is releasing the illusion that emotional control requires effort. Chrysippus argued that most emotions escalate only when we resist them. Fear grows when you fear fear. Worry grows when you worry about worrying. Restlessness grows when you resist restlessness. Detachment interrupts this spiral. When you let the emotion be present without amplifying it, the emotional intensity weakens. You're not feeding the fire anymore. This is why nighttime detachment is so powerful. Your emotions stop multiplying, your thoughts stop circling, and your nervous system shifts out of defense and into calmness. Another layer of the paradox comes from reframing control itself. Chrysippus believed that control is not about domination. Control is the natural outcome of alignment. When you stop wrestling with your inner world, you stop creating the very chaos you are trying to avoid. The moment you step back, the mind steps forward with clarity. The moment you stop resisting, the mind stops reacting. The moment you let go, you regain the influence you lost through force. Nighttime is when this paradox works best, because your subconscious is already trying to return to balance. Sleep is natural. Calm is natural. Stillness is natural. The only thing interrupting these processes is your conscious interference. Detachment removes that interference. Chrysippus taught that the mind has a self-correcting mechanism. Just like a body that heals when you stop picking at the wound, the mind resets when you stop arguing with it. To apply the paradox before sleep, you begin with one simple shift. Stop trying to control your inner world. Let it breathe, let it move, let it settle by itself. If a thought appears, you allow it. If restlessness rises, you allow it. If emotions stir, you allow them to float without anchoring them. This surrender is not weakness. It is wisdom, the recognition that the mind resets most effectively when you get out of its way. Then comes the final layer, trust. Trust that your mind knows how to settle. Trust that your nervous system knows how to downshift. Trust that sleep will return when pressure dissolves. Trust that letting go is the act of control. This trust is what completes the paradox. When you detach from control, you regain it, not through force, but through alignment. And as you lie in bed, allowing thoughts to drift instead of wrestling them into silence, you begin to feel the shift. The breath softens, the mind slows, the body releases tension. The internal noise fades, not because you silenced it, but because you stopped feeding it. Chrysippus's paradox reveals a profound truth. You guide the mind by not gripping it. You calm the mind by not commanding it. You gain control by letting go of control. And when you master this art of detachment, sleep becomes not something you chase, but something that arrives naturally, as your mind resets itself in the quiet you've created. There is a mysterious quality to dreams, how they expose parts of you didn't know were still alive, how they bring buried emotions to the surface, how they test you with situations that never happened, yet feel strangely revealing. The Stoics paid close attention to this. They believed dreams were not random flickers of the mind or meaningless images. To them, dreams were moral landscapes, private arenas where your character revealed itself without performance, without pressure, without the masks you wear during the day. Dreams, in the Stoic view, function as moral testing grounds. Not tests you are meant to pass or fail, but tests that show you who you are becoming beneath conscious effort. The subconscious mind loosens the grip of social expectation, habit, and ego. What remains is raw instinct, unfiltered reaction, unedited desire. The Stoics observed that these nocturnal reactions provide clues about your inner moral alignment, what impulses still dominate, what fears still linger, what growth has taken root, and what parts of your character still need refinement. This does not mean dreams are moral judgments. Stoicism never treated dreams as prophecies, punishments, or supernatural messages. They saw dreams as mirrors, imperfect mirrors, yes, but mirrors nonetheless, reflecting the emotional and moral tendencies that daytime busyness often hides. The first part of the Stoic perspective is understanding that dreams strip away the conscious self. During the day, your moral choices are influenced by upbringing, reputation, reasoning, and self-restraint. But in a dream, these filters weaken. The subconscious acts freely. This freedom reveals the impulses that still shape you. A dream where you panic may show unresolved fear. A dream where you lash out may show a lingering temper. A dream where you run away may reveal avoidance. These are not indictments. They are insights. They reveal where your emotional reflexes are misaligned with your values. To the Stoics, this was not discouraging. It was useful. If a dream revealed anger, it meant anger still had room to be understood. If it revealed fear, fear still had a lesson to teach. If it revealed jealousy, ego still needed softening. The dream became a teacher, not a judge. Another layer of the Stoic view is that dreams can reveal progress. Most people focus only on troubling dreams, but the Stoics looked for signs of virtue emerging subconsciously. A dream where you act with courage. A dream where you speak with honesty. A dream where you protect someone rather than harm. These moments, however small, were evidence that virtue had begun to sink into the deeper layers of the mind. That moral training was no longer just conscious effort. It was becoming instinct. This is why they respected dreams, not as supernatural messages, but as updates on internal growth. The Stoics also believed that the emotions triggered in dreams can be processed rather than feared. Dreams often intensify feelings, loss, desire, anger, confusion, because the subconscious tries to reorganize unresolved emotions into order. Instead of waking up disturbed, they encouraged waking up curious. What belief surfaced? What value was challenged? What fear became visible? Dreams show what the day hid. They reveal inner conflicts that need resolution, not through overthinking, but through gentle self-understanding. Another important Stoic insight is that dreaming is practice. Your subconscious rehearses emotional responses in dream form. If anger dominates your day, your dreams rehearse anger. If fear dominates your day, your dreams rehearse fear. If patience dominates your day, dreams rehearse patience. The subconscious is always practicing something. The Stoics believed you could influence this practice by how you live while awake. Your daytime choices become dream material. Your dream material becomes tomorrow's instincts. This cycle is the moral rehearsal room of the mind. This is why nightly introspection, self-pardon, acceptance, and alignment with values were so important to the Stoics. They set the stage for dreams to rehearse growth instead of trauma, virtue instead of fear, clarity instead of confusion. When the mind enters sleep with intention, dreams shift accordingly. They become gentler, more coherent, more revealing, and more aligned with the character you aspire to cultivate. But the Stoics also warned not to cling to dreams or over-interpret them. Dreams are symbolic, not literal. They show emotional truth, not factual truth. They illuminate tendencies, not destinies. The goal is not to decode dreams with precision, but to use them as subtle guidance, an internal compass pointing toward areas of refinement. The final aspect of the Stoic view is tranquility. No matter what dreams arise, pleasant, frightening, confusing, the Stoic response upon waking is calm acknowledgement. Yes, this is what my mind is working through. No fear, no shame, no attachment. This calm acknowledgement prevents nighttime imagery from shaping identity or waking anxiety. It clears emotional residue. It allows dreams to serve their purpose without disturbing the day. In the Stoic worldview, dreams are not distractions. They are invitations. Invitations to see yourself honestly. Invitations to understand your deeper tendencies. Invitations to grow in ways the conscious mind cannot achieve alone. You do not control your dreams, but you can guide the mind that creates them. And when you live with intention, your dreams become not battlegrounds, but training grounds for the person you are becoming. There is a certain voice that becomes louder at night, the one you don't hear much during the day because noise and tasks drown it out. But when everything quiets, when the lights dim, when you're finally alone with your thoughts, the inner critic steps forward, and it does not whisper. It sharpens. It exaggerates. It invents. It rewrites your day with a tone harsher than any stranger would use. This voice tells you you're not doing enough, not being enough, not achieving enough. And it can keep you awake long after your body is ready to sleep. The Stoics understood this voice well. They called it the unexamined impression, a thought that masquerades as truth simply because it appears in your mind. They knew the inner critic is persuasive, emotional, and often irrational. So they used one of their most powerful tools to confront it: Stoic rhetoric, the art of debating your own thoughts with clarity, logic, and calmness. Not to attack yourself, not to argue aggressively, but to bring reason into a space where emotion has taken over. This practice is subtle and gentle, yet deeply liberating. It begins with recognizing when the inner critic is speaking. The critic's tone is unmistakable. Absolutes: you always fail. Catastrophes: tomorrow will be terrible. Comparisons: everyone else is better. And personal attacks: you should be ashamed. The Stoics taught that before responding, you pause, not to agree, not to resist, but to separate the thought from the thinker. This is a thought, not a truth. This small separation breaks the critic's spell. Next comes interrogation, the Stoic method of questioning a thought until it reveals its weakness. Marcus Aurelius would ask, "Is this actually true?" Epictetus would add, "Is this thought helping me or harming me?" Seneca would say, "What evidence does this thought have?" You treat your thought as if it were someone making an argument. You don't attack the person, you evaluate the claim. When the critic says, "You failed today," you ask, "Where exactly? What was the expectation? Was it even realistic? What did I actually do well?" The critic thrives on vagueness. Clarity weakens it. When the critic says, "You're falling behind," you ask, "Behind whom? Who set this race? Is this thought based on my values or someone else's?" Stoic rhetoric reveals that most criticisms fall apart under examination. Another key technique is reframing, a gentle shift from emotional exaggeration to grounded truth. Instead of, "I ruined everything today," the Stoic mind says, "I made one mistake that can be corrected." Instead of, "Nobody respects me," "I had one uncomfortable interaction." Instead of, "I'll never get better," I am learning at the pace a human learns. The inner critic loses strength when faced with proportion. Stoics also use logic to challenge emotional predictions. The critic often speaks in future catastrophes. So you ask, what do I actually know? What evidence supports this fear? What has experience shown me? Fear is loud but rarely accurate. Reason brings volume down. Another layer of Stoic rhetoric is compassion, not soft pity, but calm understanding. The Stoics believe that the inner critic often arises from old wounds, unmet expectations, or childhood fears. So they approach their thoughts with gentleness. You are scared, not broken. You are tired, not incapable. You are human, not failing. Compassion disarms the critic by refusing to meet hatred with hatred. The Stoics also use the principle of the third person to debate the critic. Marcus Aurelius often advised speaking to yourself as you would to a friend. If your friend came to you saying, "I'm worthless," would you agree? Would you attack them? Or would you offer perspective, reason, kindness? Direct that same fairness inward. The next step is replacement. Once you dismantle the critic's argument, you replace it with a more accurate thought, not blindly positive but grounded. For example, I am capable of improvement. I survived today and learned from it. I handled what I could. I am growing, even if slowly.
This replacement gives the subconscious something stable to hold on to as you fall asleep.
Finally, Stoic rhetoric ends with dismissal. Once the thought is questioned, reframed, understood, and replaced, you release it. You tell your mind, gently, this thought has been answered. It no longer needs attention. The subconscious listens. It stops replaying the critic's voice in dreams. It stops storing those criticisms as truth. It stops keeping you awake with spirals of self-doubt. The Stoic debate with your inner critic is not a fight. It is a dialogue between your present self and your wounded patterns. It is a conversation where reason and compassion, working together, quiet the harsh voices inside you. In the silence that follows, you begin to feel something new, the return of self-trust, the softening of fear, the loosening of shame. And as the critic retreats, sleep finally finds you, not because the critic vanished, but because you learned how to calmly, wisely put it in its place. There is a point each evening when your mind feels crowded, full of thoughts you didn't ask for, emotions you didn't choose, and mental residue you didn't have time to process. All day long, your brain absorbs impressions, conversations, expectations, subtle tensions, and unfinished decisions. By nightfall, these fragments tangle together, creating a heaviness that sits behind the eyes and beneath the breath. The Stoics knew this mental heaviness well, and they developed one of the most practical tools to dissolve it: nightly journaling. Not for productivity, not for creativity, but for cognitive purification. This was not journaling in the modern sense of writing pages endlessly. It was closer to a mental cleansing, a way of pulling hidden thoughts from the shadows and laying them out where they can be seen, understood, and released. The Stoics believed the mind becomes toxic when thoughts remain trapped inside it. Writing breaks the trap. Nightly Stoic journaling begins with a simple intention: let me empty what does not belong in tomorrow. This intention alone shifts the mind. It signals that the day is ending, that thinking can soften, and that the subconscious no longer needs to hold everything at once. The first layer of cognitive purification is extraction, removing thoughts from the mind by giving them a place outside of it. When you write down even the simplest sentence about what troubled you, The mind relaxes. It no longer needs to rehearse that thought in a loop. The thought is stored safely on the page. This is a form of psychological untangling. The Stoics understood that the mind will keep replaying thoughts until it knows they are understood. Writing tells the mind, "You have been heard." The second layer is sorting. Not every thought deserves the same attention. Not every emotion needs to be carried forward. Seneca believed that clarity comes when you categorize your inner world. So when you journal, you are not pouring emotion blindly. You are separating what truly matters, what needs correction, what can be released, what belongs to someone else, what was simply noise. This sorting is not done with judgment. It is done with calm curiosity. When you classify your thoughts, their emotional weight diminishes. You are no longer overwhelmed because you see each thought for what it is, a moment, not a monster. The next layer of Stoic journaling is reframing. After extracting and sorting, you gently adjust the story your mind told itself during the day. Maybe you felt rejected, but upon writing, you realize you were simply projecting fear. Maybe you felt overwhelmed, but on paper, the facts look manageable. Maybe you felt angry, but writing shows that your anger came from stress, not malice. Reframing is not lying to yourself. It is removing distortion. It is giving the mind a more accurate, more peaceful interpretation of events. This reframing becomes the version of the story your subconscious processes during sleep. Instead of reinforcing pain, your dreams reinforce clarity. Another part of cognitive purification is neutralization, taking the emotional charge out of thoughts by describing them plainly. The Stoics avoided dramatic language. They wrote in simple terms. I felt pressure. I was tired. I reacted quickly. I misunderstood the tone. This simplicity detoxifies the mind. Emotional exaggeration dissolves. Problems shrink back to their actual size. The subconscious receives cleaner data and stops treating harmless moments like threats. Stoic journaling also includes values alignment. After writing what occurred, you reflect on how your actions aligned, or misaligned, with your principles. This reflection is gentle, not accusatory. When you recognize where you acted with wisdom, you reinforce virtue. When you see where you drifted, you correct course, not through guilt, but through awareness. This teaches the subconscious what behaviors to strengthen during REM. Values alignment turns journaling into moral calibration. Another layer is release, the most important step. After writing, sorting, reframing, and aligning, the Stoics intentionally let the day go. They did not revisit what was written. They did not carry the emotional charge forward. The journal became a container for the day, a vessel that holds what the mind no longer needs to hold. This release signals to your subconscious, the processing is complete. You can rest. When you close the journal, you close the psychological loop. Your mind no longer drags the day into the night. Your thoughts no longer leak into dreams. Your emotions no longer sit heavy in your chest. Journaling becomes a psychological cleansing, removing the toxins of unprocessed thoughts, clearing the mental clutter, leaving the mind open, light, and ready for sleep. The final aspect of Stoic journaling is continuity. You do not need to write pages. You do not need to impress yourself. You write enough to clear your mind. A few lines can purify your entire inner world. Over time, cognitive purification becomes a habit. Your mind stays clearer during the day. Your emotional resilience increases. Your nighttime peace deepens. Your dreams become gentler, more symbolic, and less chaotic, because every night you are giving your mind a place to lay down what it should never have been carrying. This is the Stoic gift of journaling, not writing to remember, but writing to release. Not recording your life, but cleansing your mind. Not analyzing, but clearing. A quiet reset, performed with a pen, finished with a breath, sealed with peace. Chaos has a way of slipping into your life long after the day ends. It lingers in your nervous system, embedded in the tension of your shoulders, woven into the speed of your thoughts. Even when the world around you becomes quiet, the inside of you can remain loud, buzzing with the leftover pace of the day, overwhelmed by what happened, unsettled by what you couldn't control. The Stoics understood this better than anyone. They knew that serenity isn't something you find by escaping chaos. It's something you learn to carry within it. This is the principle of adaptive serenity, the ability to remain internally steady, even when the external world refuses to calm down, and it becomes especially important at night. Most people try to create peace by rearranging their environment. They dim the lights, close the door, silence their phone. But chaos doesn't respect boundaries. It sneaks into your mind through memories, stress, unfinished tasks, and emotional residue. Stoic serenity was never dependent on conditions. It was a trained resilience, an inner posture that could withstand whatever the day brought without dragging it into the night. Adaptive serenity begins with a shift in perception. The Stoics understood that chaos is rarely the problem. Your relationship to chaos is. Chaos is movement. Chaos is change. Chaos is unexpected events, difficult people, shifting plans. These things are a normal part of life, but the mind often interprets them as personal attacks or signs of failure. This interpretation creates stress, not the events themselves. When you stop personalizing chaos, its emotional power weakens immediately. The Stoics practiced saying, "This is happening, but it is not happening to me." This separation reduces the emotional load and makes space for calmness to grow. The second layer of adaptive serenity is creating internal spaciousness. In a chaotic environment, the mind tends to contract. Thoughts crowd together. Breathing becomes shallow. Attention narrows into panic or frustration. Spaciousness is the antidote. Not physical space, psychological space. You allow your thoughts to spread out. You allow your emotions to move without attaching to them. You allow the noise to exist without letting it collapse your inner world. The Stoics cultivated this spaciousness through perspective. Will this matter in a year? Is this within my control? Is this truly as big as it feels, or is my reaction amplifying it? These gentle questions widen your inner field. Suddenly, the chaos is still there, but you have room to breathe inside it. Another crucial part of adaptive serenity is emotional self-governance. The Stoics didn't aim to eliminate emotion. They aimed to prevent emotion from becoming the decision-maker. In chaotic environments, the first impulse is often fear, anger, or overwhelm. The Stoics taught the art of pausing, a moment of stillness where you remind yourself that you are not obligated to follow your first reaction. This pause is the birthplace of serenity. It teaches the subconscious that external chaos does not dictate your internal state. And at night, this makes all the difference. When you lie in bed replaying the day, adaptive serenity separates the events from the emotional storms attached to them. It allows the memory to remain while the turmoil drains away. Another layer of this principle is identity detachment. Chaos becomes more painful when it threatens your sense of self. I looked foolish. I should have handled it better. I ruined everything. I'm failing. These narratives turn external chaos into internal suffering. The Stoics learned to detach identity from circumstances. You can make mistakes without becoming a mistake. You can struggle without becoming weak. You can be overwhelmed without being defined by that moment. This detachment loosens the emotional knot inside you. The subconscious stops treating daily chaos as a reflection of your worth. Adaptive serenity also means adjusting your expectations. The Stoics understood that much of human suffering comes from demanding that life be peaceful. Chaos becomes less chaotic when you stop expecting stillness from the world and start cultivating stillness within yourself. This shift removes resistance, and when resistance disappears, tension dissolves. Not because the environment becomes peaceful, but because your inner environment does. Another part of adaptive serenity is what the Stoics called inner citadel behavior, returning to your core values in moments of external instability. In chaos, most people abandon who they want to be. They react impulsively. They shrink. They lash out. They panic. But when you anchor yourself in virtue, calmness, patience, reason, humility, your inner world remains stable regardless of what is happening around you. At night, this anchor prevents you from replaying the day with self-judgment. You acted from values, not chaos, and that makes it easier for the mind to rest. The final layer of adaptive serenity is surrender, not defeat, but willingness. A willingness to let the day be what it was. A willingness to allow life to unfold without controlling every detail. A willingness to rest without solving every problem first. Chaos may have shaped your day, but it does not need to shape your night. When you practice adaptive serenity, your nervous system learns that safety does not depend on external stillness. It depends on internal acceptance. The subconscious stops clinging to stressful moments. Dreams become less charged. Sleep comes more easily. You begin each night not as someone overwhelmed by the world, but as someone who can withstand it and rise above it. This is the Stoic secret. Serenity is not found in calm environments. It is found in a calm mind, one that adapts, accepts, and stays steady even in the middle of life's storm. There is a certain heaviness that comes from feeling powerless, a sense that life pushes you around, that circumstances dictate your mood, that other people's actions decide your worth, that the world has more control over you than you do over yourself. Many people go to bed carrying this weight without even realizing it. The Stoics understood this feeling deeply, and none more than Epictetus, the man who was born into slavery, yet became one of history's greatest teachers of inner freedom. From his life came one of the most profound mindset resets imaginable, the shift from slave to sage. This is not about social status or external power. It is about the inner shift from being controlled by life to becoming the one who directs your inner world. And the best time to perform this reset is at night, when the ego is tired, the mask is off, and the mind is open to transformation. The slave mindset appears whenever you feel, I have no choice. I can't handle this. I'm stuck. I'm defined by what happened to me. I must please everyone. These aren't weaknesses, they're learned survival patterns, and they keep your mind tense long after the day ends. Epictetus believed that the greatest slavery is internal, not imposed by chains, but imposed by belief, not enforced by others, but enforced by your own thoughts. The sage mindset, in contrast, says, I control my response. I am responsible for my inner world. I get to choose my values. I can face difficulty with dignity. My freedom begins where my judgment begins. Nighttime is the perfect moment to practice this shift because the mind is quieter and more honest. This is when you can tell the truth about where you surrendered your power during the day and reclaim it before crossing into sleep. The practice begins with noticing the slave patterns that appeared in your thoughts. Where did you give away your peace? Where did you let somebody else's mood define yours? Where did you let fear shrink your choices? Where did you act as if you had no agency? You observe these patterns not with shame, but with clarity. Epictetus never taught self-blame. He taught awareness, because once you see the pattern, you can shift it. The next step is separation. You remind yourself, these thoughts are not me. They are habits. A habit from childhood, a habit from fear, a habit from past wounds, but not you. This separation cracks the illusion of slavery. You stop identifying with your automatic reactions. You begin to see yourself as the one who watches the thoughts, not the one who obeys them. This alone is liberation. Then comes the reclaiming. You ask yourself, what was truly in my control today? Epictetus taught that freedom begins the moment you focus on what is yours, your judgments, your interpretations, your choices, your tone, your effort, your attitude. You list even the smallest acts of self-control you showed today. A moment of patience, a choice to pause, a decision to walk away, a refusal to react impulsively. These become proof of your inner strength, evidence that the sage lives inside you already. Next, you identify where you confused what's not in your control with what is. Maybe you carried someone else's disappointment as if it belonged to you. Maybe you worried about outcomes that are shaped by countless forces you cannot influence. Maybe you replayed a situation trying to perfect it in hindsight. Seeing these clearly helps your mind release them. You stop gripping the world. The world stops gripping you. Another part of the mindset reset is rewriting your inner narrative. The slave mindset uses language like, I can't, I have to, I'm trapped. The sage mindset transforms that language into, I choose, I prefer, I will handle. This is my responsibility. This is outside of my control. This new language rewires the subconscious. It shifts the emotional tone of your inner world. It teaches the mind to respond from strength instead of fear. Epictetus also taught visualization, not of perfect outcomes, but of moral strength. Before sleep, you visualize the sage version of yourself facing the same challenges you face today. How would they speak? How would they react? How would they interpret the moment? The subconscious absorbs this imagery and rehearses new responses during REM sleep. Your dreams become moral training grounds. Your instincts deepen. You wake with a new baseline of inner agency. The final step of the slave-to-sage reset is release. You let the day go. You let the mistakes go. You let the shame go. You let the old patterns go. You tell yourself, quietly, gently, I reclaim my inner freedom. I choose my response. And tonight, I reset.
This is not denial. It is sovereignty. It is the reclaiming of your inner throne.
Epictetus taught that no one can enslave a mind that knows its own power. When you practice this reset at night, your mind stops sleeping as a prisoner and begins sleeping as a philosopher, a leader, a free human being.
And each morning, you rise a little less controlled by the world and a little more guided by the sage within you. There is a quiet window each night, right before the mind slips fully into sleep, when your thoughts loosen just enough for transformation. This is the moment when the events of the day begin replaying themselves without your permission. A conversation resurfaces, a mistake echoes, a moment of tension returns sharper than before. Most people experience this replay as a burden, a source of anxiety or regret. But the Stoics saw something different in this natural process. They saw an opportunity. This is where mind rehearsal therapy begins. The Stoic practice of replaying the day with calm reasoning so the subconscious can reorganize it without distortion. The mind will review your day whether you want it to or not, but you can choose how the review happens. You can let the mind replay the day through fear, embarrassment, or self-judgment. Or you can replay it through clarity, neutrality, and wisdom. This small shift changes everything. Mind rehearsal. Therapy is not about obsessing. It is about guiding the mind's natural review process so it heals instead of harms. Because the mind is always rehearsing something, your role is to direct the rehearsal. It begins with soft observation. You let your mind drift back across the day, but you remove the emotional commentary. You don't tell yourself the story of what happened. You simply watch the scenes. The tone of your recollection is gentle, not dramatic. You observe your actions the way a Stoic would observe the world, without judgment, without exaggeration, without personalizing every detail. When you view the day like this, you stop identifying with it so tightly. You begin to see the difference between what happened and what you felt about what happened. This is the first layer of Stoic reasoning, separating facts from interpretations. Then comes the second layer, spotting distortions. Your mind often remembers the day inaccurately. It magnifies certain moments and shrinks others. It spotlights mistakes and darkens successes. The Stoics understood this bias and corrected for it. So as you rehearse the day, you catch your distortions. Did you assume someone was upset when they said nothing? Did you replay a mistake as if it destroyed everything? Did you interpret silence as rejection? Did you assign meaning to something uncertain? When you catch a distortion, you gently reframe it, not with forced positivity, but with accuracy. Maybe they weren't judging me. They might have been tired. This mistake was uncomfortable, not catastrophic. I don't know what they were thinking, so I don't need to add a story. The mind relaxes when you remove unnecessary construction. The next stage of the Stoic rehearsal is extracting the lesson. Stoics believed every day contains teaching about your reactions, your beliefs, your habits, your values. So you ask, what did this moment show me about myself? What belief was I acting from? What can I adjust tomorrow? This is not self-criticism. This is calibration. You identify one or two gentle corrections, not a list of demands. The mind learns best through small, focused adjustments. These corrections become the notes your subconscious processes during sleep. Then comes the most important part, neutralizing emotional residue. When the day contains unresolved emotions, envy, frustration, shame, disappointment, they seep into dreams and distort sleep. The Stoics cleared this residue through rational distance. They reminded themselves, this feeling is temporary. This discomfort is part of growth. This moment does not define me. This is within my capacity to learn from. This rational distance lowers emotional intensity. The subconscious no longer treats the memory as a threat.
It becomes a puzzle piece rather than a burden. Another layer of rehearsal is practicing your ideal response. Not fantasizing, not shaming yourself, simply imagining how you would respond if the moment repeated itself tomorrow with more wisdom. If you snapped at someone, you visualize pausing. If you avoided something, you visualize taking one small step. If you felt overwhelmed, you visualize speaking gently to yourself. These micro-visualizations are powerful because the subconscious treats imagined behavior as rehearsal. REM, sleep, then consolidates the rehearsal as if you had lived it. This is how Stoic reasoning quietly rewires your instincts. Finally, the rehearsal ends with release. You tell the mind, the day is understood, it is complete. This closure prevents the mind from recycling the same scenes all night. It signals to the subconscious that the review is finished and it can move into restoration mode. Over time, this nightly practice changes how your mind processes life. Your mistakes lose their sharpness, your emotions become more stable, your reactions become more deliberate, your dreams grow calmer, your mornings feel lighter. Because you are no longer living in response to the raw version of your experiences. You are processing them through the lens of wisdom, truth, and calm reasoning. This is the Stoic art, not reliving the day, but refining it. So the person who wakes tomorrow is wiser than the one who lived today. When you finally reach the end of this journey, after every breath softened, every thought unwrapped, every fear loosened, and every layer of your inner world gently realigned, something inside you becomes unmistakably clear. You were never meant to carry the weight of your life alone. You were meant to shape it, quietly, steadily, one night at a time. Over these 4 hours, you learn to build an inner citadel, to walk through the hypnagogic doorway with intention, to let your dreams guide your moral growth, to release guilt, reframe chaos, detach from illusion, and surrender what was never in your control. You practiced emotional fasting, nightly memento mori, structured surrender, role reconstruction, and the quiet art of becoming your future self in the dark. Every lesson led you a little closer to the truth the Stoics lived by. Peace isn't an accident, it's a practice. And tonight, you practiced well. If something in these teachings touched you, if a single idea loosened the grip of fear, softened your mind, or helped you reclaim your inner balance, tell me in the comments which part resonated with you the most. Your reflections don't just help the channel. They help someone else find the wisdom they didn't know they needed. And if you want more content that strengthens your mind while you sleep, keeps your heart calm through the day, and helps you build a life grounded in clarity and resilience, make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications. Your journey doesn't end here. It begins again tomorrow, with a mind that is lighter, clearer, and more yours than it was before.